2047. The best part about hamster-powered PCs is because the hamsters are so small, they generate a lot less body heat than a firewood powered PC. You know, firewood powered PCs. You know, it's the stalwart classic. It's you can't really get better than that. But like, here's the thing, right? It's sort of like all those liquid cooled PCs kids used to use back in like 2,000 years ago before the apocalypse. But in these days, hamster powered PCs are far superior just because the lack of body heat that hamsters generate. They just sit there and they run. It literally runs at a smooth like 20C nonstop. Can run everything at max frames. The problem is because the hamsters running is very inefficient. I do have 742 hamsters in the other room running on wheels, and feeding them is kind of expensive. So if you guys want to help me get that sub goal up to 250 from 243, we need to rack mount these hamsters and get an automated food feeding system into them. So this will help that keep going, if you know what I'm saying. Burning the hamsters is also inefficient, yes. Very inefficient heat-wise. I mean, their body heat is significantly lower than the amount of heat they would generate if you burn them. Hamsters in those pods? Oh, like hamsters with just like that are completely shaved little tiny hamsters with like tubes attached to them and like weird liquids coming in and out. Yeah, that shit. Ugh. I mean, they've probably done that in a lab somewhere, right? Right? Like that's probably happened. Somebody's done that, right? There's no way no one's done that. There's no way in hell that hasn't been tried yet. Someone has tried that, right? Right? Anyway. Longdeath, you're 283. I think I'm screenshotting stuff today because Stone said that he would be asleep today, so. What is this? Hamster Matrix? Anyway, thanks, Internet. Stone's stone cold passed out. Yup. Yep. Yup, he is. Yup, he is. But, Longdeath, what were we working on? Right. We got the lava reservoir filled. And the dwarves have worked very hard recently, so we're going to give them a break for probably until summer. Just going to kind of let them chill for a bit. We got a new mayor. Our mayor is now Clay. Simplex, our previous mayor, passed away, unfortunately. Clay is 143 years old, was also born in the fortress, and says, don't care, don't ask. Very much likes his new bedroom, still has a broken toe. Even though we have stuff for casts, I don't know, that dwarf's just had a broken toe ever since his toe got, like, squished by another dwarf like 100 years ago. Yeah, no, it's been a bit of a trip. I've had to reassign my old guest bedrooms to dwarves in the fortress because, well, they've all run out of space. And what are my mandates now? He was mandating picks. Yeah, there's another one. Iron picks is what I've been making. So I think picks count as a weapon, which means we're probably gonna get some talented metalsmiths eventually because of this, which is kind of neat. Did I pump the lava? So I haven't actually pumped any lava yet. But if I fly all the way down here, I got the reservoir filled where I'm going to pump lava from. All the way down here is what's full of lava now. We only lost one dwarf in the making of this lava reservoir, but it's actually completely full now, so I can seal the topside off. Yeah, I can seal topside off, which is nice. So let's just pull that lever and pull that lever. But yeah, this is the lava reservoir. It's completely full. It's draining down into this little spot down here, at which point we're going to set pumps up probably right here to start pumping up from this side right there. So it's going to go up, 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 up. It's one of the valid uses for the military screen. Hey, picks are effective weapons. Have you ever been hit in the head with a mining pick? It don't feel good for your forehead. Your life expectancy will drop consistently. Doing a big presentation at work today. We'll tune in later. Chat, can I get around a good Lux for Silvershy and having a good round of work? But yeah, no. So that's what we've currently done. We haven't actually done any pumping yet, but we need to do that soon. Soon. So that's probably what we're going to hopefully start up today is pumping. The thing is we're going to have to pump it up to here and then run along a ways and then up again. So I'm going to have to do some elaborate-ish powering setups, but it's okay. I've kind of decided I'm going to power the thing from the top using the little creek. We're going to fill the creek up with water wheels. And there we go. It's all sealed off. So nothing can get in, nothing can get out. Which means we now have a nice thing that I could probably just turn into a magma forge, but I don't really want to. We are doing water wheels, and no, I'm not going to use impulse ramps. I'm going to use a pump stack. I'm going to use a pump stack because I like pump stacks. I'm not a big fan of impulse ramps. They feel very cheesy, personally. Unless I'm making a shotgun, I'm just going to use pump stack. There is a cat where I normally put my foot, and it's like restricting my legroom. You got 3 fake follows on what? Twitch? Twitter? Facebook? TikTok? Instagram? The current living dwarves are Pilot, the Scoid, Abe Exendi, Stone, Jack Nerick, LaFonda, Whitcode, Max, Evil Trick, Vim ML, Free, Clay, Massive, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Aquafunk, Holistic Bootywap, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Ghost, Kade, Taurus, Seeker, Knowles, Blue Water, Cyrlac, Peter, Ire Stupid, Voidlock, Hazaza, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murfist, Hex Wrench, Caveman Crafting, Side Scoop, Alien Slayer, Quavenair, Bastet, Sathados, Windatar, Orange, Pengo, Cusslord, Nimesees, Ducky, Jess, Wave, Lumpy, and of course Spitalier. It wasn't flooded with magma? Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how that works. I mean, we started it filling, and it took a bit, but it got there. Normally don't use horizontal shafts for power transfer. Do they block dwarves? I don't understand the question. Freskins. You couldn't help but check. I mean, weirder things have happened. Yes, you need a power shaft to the pumps. Are you asking if the dwarves can walk over top of them? I mean, yes, but they can't go over top of stairs. So usually I just have them, because like horizontal power shafts, meaning like these things, right? This is normally how I set them up. This is a vertical axle. So, okay, so you're talking about axles when you say power shafts, right? Because those are the horizontal ones. These are the vertical ones. That's what you're talking about, right? Because, yeah, no, it'll be easy enough to set up. Axles. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, it'll probably be a setup similar to this. But we're going to use this creek. Apparently there's fish up here. I never realized that. Anyway, we're going to use this creek and just fill it up with water wheels. And then run the power out of here. I'm not entirely certain how it's going to work. You play this game as much as I do and you don't remember the name of axles? The heck? Anyway. The problem is I'm going to need to redirect it multiple times. That's the actual problem. But the elves have arrived to trade, so we'll worry about that for now. Trying to like keep track of where this cat is so that he doesn't lie down on the wheel of my rolling chair. Not so often used item is your blame? You don't use power axles very often? How do you get power to things normally? Or do you just use in-game bugs instead? To get power to things? So, Discord is yelling at me to enable threads. I'm not going to do it because I don't like threads. So if you have complaints, please say so now or forever hold your silence. Because I really don't want threads on my Discord. I really don't like threads. Oh, you use querns instead of mills? I mean, fair enough, I guess. I like making windmills just because I can make physical windmills. It's like a fun little building project. There's something just kind of neat about windmills to me. Hey, Ghost, what's up? It's going to be mandatory in 3 minor... In 3 minor version with threads, isn't it? In 3 minor version with threads. Freskins, I don't know what you're I have no idea what you're talking about today, I'll be honest. Oh, you mean like in 3 months? Hat fell off? Well, now you fix it. The Forgotten Beast, Sithal has come. A gigantic theropod composed of blue jade? It has mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous vapors. Oh, fuck. That is horrifying. Whoa. That is scary. Blue jade, though? That's, like, more or less indestructible. There is so many terrifying Forgotten Beasts in the basement right now. Oh, by the way, we caught a Cyclops yesterday. So that's the thing. Thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription for 11 months and the second resub of the day. Thank you very much for helping me stay funded 1 resub at a time. Cheers, Ghost. Chat, you know what to do. But yeah, no, it's a nightmare. I need the resubs right now because I just spent way too much fucking money. That's, yay. That's like 4 months of records budget. No, closer to 5 months, actually. I'm not going to be buying any records for a while. I normally spend, like, tops $30 a month on records. If that. If I go to a record shop, it's way less. If I go to a record shop, it's like, I'll buy, like, 2 $5 records or something. But... and maybe like a tape for $5. But like, now I've just spent all of that. Yeah, definitely don't press the beer button on phone because you'll hit every other button. But yeah, so now we have a giant, a minotaur, and a cyclops in cages over here, which is kind of a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of a lot. A dingo just fell out of a tree. It didn't die, though. There is dingo blood on the ground, though. But, pipe section. Iron. 120. Let's see how many of those they get to make. King wants ballista arrows. Mayor wants 3 animal traps. I can make those out of wood. Here we go. Nope. Well, there is a minotaur that's in the maze, but there's another minotaur that I just caught the other day that's just like in a stockpile. So, yes, the minotaur is in the maze, but also not really. All right, they brought us a hedgehog, a cougar, a badger, a echidna, a pond turtle, water buffalo. They brought us a water buffalo? Damn. Ooh, they brought us pecans and apricots again. You forgot how bad the internet is at your parents' house? No. Oh, you're back at your parents' house now? Why the travels? Wait, what? Huh. This pot must be studded with wood. Well. Apologies, elves. I done did the screw up. I'd like to take a peek. Ah, it is. This object menaces with spikes of superior quality almond wood. Well, it's not the first time I've screwed up trading with the elves. Noted. Let's dump that one. I get you. Maybe you should get like set your own satellite internet for when you're there. Yeah, no, don't do that. I know back when I lived with my parents for a while there, I was considering getting my own internet hooked up. My older sister actually got her own internet hooked up at my grandma's house. Much to my grandma's dismay, they had to put new cables in. Because my grandma's internet was dial-up-ish. So we've upset the elves for the 4th time, I think. We'll have to be kind of careful and just don't... After the set of trees that I'm chopping down right now, don't chop down trees for a bit. The elves are still peaceful with us, which is good. So hopefully we don't go to war with them. That would suck. One of your scholars is currently discussing negative quantities with another one who is lying on the floor under a bookcase. Napping or drunk? Or did he lose legs? It sounds kind of hard to hold a functional discussion with somebody who is inebriated under a bookcase. But, you know, I mean, it's probably better than talking to a wall, so. Probably better than talking to a wall, I would think, right? What the heck is this event screen for? There's an event screen listed on Discord, and I've never seen it before. Very confused by this. Oh, he's also discussing negative quantities? Maybe he's unable to walk for some reason. Yeah, my dwarves have been pondering biographies, which makes me really hope that they will write an autobiography at some point. I'd love to see them write stories of their lives. I think that that would be a lot of fun to read through, but we'll see. It's hard to say. Who knows? Companies don't want to put cables to our house. That's the problem. Oh, really? Wow. Like, you know, usually when it's like, oh, parents have bad internet, it's usually because parents just don't want to get better internet. It's not usually because literally the companies are refusing to give you better internet. That's kind of ridiculous. Although, for whatever it's worth, Ghost, your Ghost is 90 years old and not a ghost. Generally, you do pretty well. You like lead and ruby. Never seen a ruby in Dwarf Fortress. True story. But yeah, no, we actually have 2 Minotaurs. One of them is in the maze, and then the other one is just in a cage in a stockpile, and we need to figure out what to do with them. So I don't really want them to fight, but, like, I mean, what am I really going to do with this collection of mega beasts that I'm slowly building? What am I really going to do with them, you know? It's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Not yet a ghost. Maybe future ghost. The flat is so badly shaped for Wi-Fi, it is 10 times slower than it should be for your father. Yeah, in straighter, but for those, it's expensive. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I had okay internet when I first moved in here, and then the internet got progressively worse until the internet became almost completely unusable for the visitors to watch. Here's the thing. Dwarves don't actually like zoos like that, especially if you let them out of the cages. It actually actively destroys their mental health because they find those creatures terrifying, even if they're safely behind glass or something. So it's kind of not actually a good idea to do that, Murphist. Anyway, yeah, so I had usable internet, and then it got progressively worse until it became unusable, and then I switched providers, and now I have extremely good internet, but I hate the provider I'm with now. Their customer service is terrible, their website is slow and clunky, and everything they do is awful. So I really don't like them very much, even though they're, like, kind of realistically my best option. It's like, well, I know you're my best option for internet, but I fucking hate you. It doesn't help that, like, they very much, like, screwed me over once before. And now it's just, like, kind of waiting for them to do that to me again. But, you know, here we are. Here we are. Cow has given birth to another cow. Naturally, it'd be weird if the cow gave birth to something else. Is this that jade critter? Probably, I would assume. Yeah, this thing. This thing is also scary. It's a great and hairy mite. It has a pair of knobby antennae. It undulates rhythmically. Its pale blue hair is unkept. Literally called One. It's like the manifestation of a terrible song. Actually, that's not totally true. It's an alright song. Yeah, no, there is so many freaky forgotten beasts. But this thing is horrifying. This thing is horrifying. Although it's already pretty fractured. So maybe Blue Jade actually isn't that strong? By forcing them to visit your Nightmare Zoo for a year? If they're already pretty... Well, I mean, if you're playing the most recent version, yes. Because the most recent version, it's extremely easy to do that sort of stuff. But this version of the game, not so much. Just because dwarves are a little bit more fragile in this version. But if you're playing the most recent version, oh yeah, most certainly. What? Hobo just posted a screenshot on Discord. What is that a screenshot of? I'm very confused about this screenshot that Hobo just posted. Ponder the Windlass. I really like that. Animal traps. Okay, so what am I missing with animal traps? Do I have to make, like, mechanisms or something? Because I queued up 3 wooden animal traps. Is that wood crafting? I thought that those were made at the, carpenter shop, then? Guess it's got to be the carpenter shop if it's not in here. Okay, it is a carpenter shop. Do I not have a carpenter? I mean, here, Peter, you get a new job. Oi, animal, what up? You fell from your kick scooter in the morning and your knee still hurts. That's not good. DF wiki. Animal trap. Oh, they need trapping in order to make them. Okay, I think. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. How are things here? Things are all good, I think. I pre-ordered a Playdate this morning. So I've spent way too much money. So there's that. Looking forward to paying off that credit card bill. Chilling. That's about it. What you making, Hax Wrench? What's the recipe? Also, hello. Yeah, the dwarves need to have trapping as one of their jobs set up in order to be able to use those, which, you know, I guess makes sense. Actually need to chop down those 2 trees and fill that chunk in. Same with over here. Hello, kitty. I can smell your breath from here. You smell awful. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I like having this cat. I'm almost at my wit's end with him already. It's like, I've had him since Monday. And, well, since Sunday night, actually. I've had him since Sunday night. And, we're what? It's Thursday? I'm kind of pissed off and tired of having him already. Yeah, what? I don't know how my mom and dad deal with you. This is probably why mom just chucks you out the back door and leaves you outside for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end. With a bowl of water, of course. Not during the day, because that's just rude. What's up? Meow? Yeah, okay. You can get your hand on some cooking seaweed instead of sushi seaweed. You want to make unami flavored stock. Ooh. And use it with fish. Sounds tasty. You also want to get some fresh corn to make corn stock. I'm going to be making some stock tomorrow, but that's just because I have a shit ton of onions that need to be used for something. So I'm going to be taking all of my onions and making onion stock either tonight or tomorrow, whenever I actually get around to it. Kimberlite, maple logs. I guess I could just use fucking... Wait, hold on a second. Can somebody explain this to me? Is that busted? Look at that top number and look at the distance. Minus 1,555? Minus 1,550 is the distance. That's register overflow? Care to explain? I've never seen that happen before. Do I have too many items? Because, like, they're back now. It's fixed. It was just the one. I thought maybe, like, it was, like, still tracking, like, the elves or something. But I've literally never seen that happen before. That is weird. That is very strange. But yeah, hopefully you're able to find everything you need. I really like making my own stock. It's very easy and you get good food out of it. You get way better food out of it than if you just buy stock. Soups are like such a simple thing to make that nobody makes themselves at home. It's like, it's such an easy thing to do, but I don't know. It's like, I think one of those basic skills that just every human being should have, and a lot of people don't. It's kind of unfortunate, but here we are. Sure. But I guess that would mean that we have the maximum number of items that the game can track at one time, then, is my assumption, based on what you're saying. So part of the reason I'm hacking down these trees and pushing my walkways a little further out is I just upset the elves again. Whenever I do that, there's always a slight chance they're going to invade us. And I'm quite diligent to make sure that they're not going to invade us. So, doing our damnedest to get things done instead of worrying about them potentially just leaping over my walls. I kind of want to have all this just set up and prepared and sealed, so worst case scenario, they can't get in. We do have 2 layers with overhang, but if there's a tree that's right next to it, they could just climb it and jump it. I would not rather eat raw, period. How... oh, I already read this. Okay. Beards and naps are kind of dumb when they eat water. Comprehensible potatoes obfuscate your apples. Fool. All right. Have you seen the crazy high frog elves? No submarines allowed. Mice can't even read library cards. Doors provide protection from were-Gila monsters. Filibustering is bad. Thursday is a gateway to Friday. Wobbly that's not a word. Wobbly hamsters demand cake. The waffle factory makes pancakes. Scandals wear down credibility of the people that participate in organizations. Grass is too seductive for cantaloupe to resist. Palm, hand, face. There you go. We made it. We're done. We caught up. You're welcome. How's these wood tiles coming along? Decently. Sure. I understand that bit. What I want to know is what is the number of items that I have in order to have hit the number where it would roll over into the negative. So I understand the concept of a negative number. I did basic maths. But what I want to know is what is the number of items that Dwarf Fortress has to reach before it rolls over into negative numbers. Like, I'm curious about how far over DF's limits I've gone. That's what I'm wondering. Not... Man, there's actually fungi trees up here? Huh. That's kind of weird. Fungi wood trees growing above ground. Let's just let that one grow, because that's kind of cool. Yeah. I mean, maybe. Mayhaps, animal. Mayhaps. Speaking of, I still need to read that Stack Overflow blog that Tarn Adams did. Still need to read that. Seems interesting. I would have read it by now if they shouted out some of my interviews, but they clearly didn't, so. I'll probably read that tomorrow, because tomorrow's my day off. Last night, I basically just, like, did some behind-the-scenes stuff and then went to bed. I was like, I was just too tired. That feeling when the add a words room on Discord is moving faster than my chat. Good work, guys. Chat, should I actually use this fucking events screen that Discord has added? Has anybody seen anybody use this thing yet? Is it any good? Or is it just another not good feature like threads that nobody asked for. The value might have gotten messed up, though. See, that's what I'm actually interested about, is what caused it. No. I'm just curious if anybody's seen anybody use it in a way that's useful. So if they haven't, then, I mean, that's fine, but... There's, I don't know. I feel like Discord's finally getting to the point, you know, like, where every major chat app gets, where it's like, it used to be really good. And now it's, like, still kind of pretty good, but not really good. You don't even know what that stuff is. They added these features, like, this morning. So that's why you don't know what they are. I mean, I'm assuming it's a bug. It's just the question I always have is what caused it? I mean, I definitely don't have that many items, Polar Thermos. I mean, I have a lot of items, but not that many. Not that many. But, oh well. I mean, it is what it is. We get those traps done? Working on them, slowly. We need to give another dwarf trapping. Let's give you trapping. So I have a few dwarves that can do that. I mean, there's dozens of random ass bugs that could cause things like that, so. I mean, the memory overflow bug that stops migrants from spawning is a combination of two things. So who knows what could be affecting it. Well, we're going to be hauling wood underground for a bit now. Pack, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday News Day. I'm really happy with the summer update video. I'm glad there wasn't like too much crazy new stuff in it. Instead, it was just like, yo, this is all the UI that you've seen before, but actually seeing somebody click it. Because it's one thing to like see a piece of UI, but it's another thing to actually see somebody using said piece of UI. So much better than last night. Yeah, you were pretty out of it yesterday. Granted, I was pretty out of it yesterday. I'm still pretty out of it today. I don't know. I've been kind of out of it all week. It's been like, I don't know. It's, you know when you have like positive weeks and then off weeks? You know what I mean? Definitely having an off week where I'm just like, whoa. Like everything is just spacing out and neither here nor there. And ugh. Stack Overflow weeks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Stack Overflow weeks. The week that Stack Overflow puts out a blog, I also feel like a pile of human vomit in a flesh bag. Or as I like to call it, a Thursday. But then you had a cup of coffee and kept going on. Yeah, honestly, like, at that point, it's like, you know, tomorrow's Friday. I don't know if you operate under a normal work week or not, but, like, tomorrow's Friday. You're almost there. It's Thursday. It's a rough one. Just try and get to bed early tonight if you can, and I assume you'll recover. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 kind of worker. Yeah, you always kind of gave off that vibe, so. I mean, you're basically done then at that point. I mean, tomorrow I have to work on secret things. Tomorrow rolls around, I got some editing to do. Tomorrow's my day off, right? I have a bunch of editing to do and then some secret things to work on, and it's like... It's fine. I mean, you're definitely working right now. You are definitely being very productive right now. Absolutely. 100%. You are... I mean, chat, post beer if you're working right now. I'm just kind of under the assumption that, like, the majority of the people watching me throughout the day are just, like, at work. By the way, B-Lug, did I tell you that you died? Technically on call, so that's working. I mean, that does count. Wine me free. You don't need to whine, then. You can actually just post beer, animal. Well, so you see... we had to fill up the lava reservoir. I did it the safest way possible outside of building you an airlock because I didn't feel like making an airlock. So the lava splashed through faster than expected and you got caught in it, unfortunately. You went to the left instead of just going in a straight line. If you went in a straight line, you would have been okay, but you went to the left instead, so... I'm sorry. You got caught on fire. We did, however... make a memorial for you, which is down by the lava stuff. Yeah, it's your own fault. You ran the wrong way. It's definitely your own fault. It's 100% your own fault. I'm so sorry. Me that wanted to be born and die from old age in the fort. Here's the thing. In my defense, you were 150. You were pretty old. So, like... I mean, B-Lug the second had a pretty good run. Definitely better than B-Lug the first. B-Lug the first died at a very, unflattering fashion. B-Lug the second, however, you know, you did pretty okay, I think. I mean, like, it's not old age, but you did pretty good, I think. You did pretty good, I hope. Anyway, you know what I don't think we've done today? I don't think we've done these. How old can a dwarf get? 150 to 170. Anytime between 150 and 170, they have a chance to die on the 1st of spring every year. Dude, fucking jabberers are scary. Like, jabberers are terrifying. Cyclops is a big, clumsy, half-blind dude with no depth perception. Jabberers are a giant chicken with murder on their minds and a hunger for brains. Jabberers are terrifying. I'm convinced that the game stops filling up stockpiles at a point, and they need to be rebuilt or edited. See if that fixes it, because they should be filling that stockpile up with wood. Dwarven T-Rexes, basically. Although, aren't there T-Rex forgotten beasts? You'll be doing a lot of lurking today. Cheers, Aqua. Thanks for swinging by, though. Although, B-Lug, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I managed to snag a playdate. Apparently, they're developing a mirror piece of software to mirror screen onto your desktop for streaming and capture. So that means that if people do develop games for that thing, I will definitely be able to stream them. So once the developer suite releases for that thing, I'm going to be posting about it on Discord, and we got to get some dungeon crawlers made for the thing. Do you have any general stockpiles closer to where the wood is being delivered? I mean, I have some other wood stockpiles that are also not being filled. Because this is one. So at a point, it's like, in order to just make them work, I have to delete them and then rebuild them, which is what I'm going to do. Like on the actual thing itself, I don't know. But the developer SDK is going to be just public and run in a browser. As for like the unit itself, I have no idea. But it says that their development environment is available on Mac, PC, Linux, and includes Lua and C APIs, as well as a simulator for local development with profiling and more. But that won't be available until the units ship. It might be listed in their Q&A somewhere. That's kind of interesting. They're also totally okay with developers selling their games separately. There's actually a thing here that's like a Q&A of I'm interested in selling my game. And because they're just letting people sideload, they're like, if you choose to sell your game separately in any way you wish. But they're still exploring like different options to sell things directly, which is interesting. Hmm. 1 out of 8? Well, I mean, you're not subscribed, so it's 46 or 44% chance to win. If you're subscribed, it's 49 because I'm a horrible person. And the game's saving. It is now summer. What do you mean? They're betting on this on Steam's strategy of making their store too convenient for the user not to use? The playdate isn't like designed around selling you games though. That's a lot of ballista arrows. The king demands it, so we make him. The king demands, so we make. Yeah, so that's gonna make your win-loss ratio worse, Socks, unfortunately. So yeah, it is quite literally pay to win. Slightly more often. Instead of just pay to win, it's pay to win slightly more often. I guess all the dwarves are buff as fuck now. Dwarves are always buff as fuck in this fort. If I just shoot them into the forest? No, but I'd have to go get them then. What is it designed around the crank? What, the playdate? The crank is just one of the control mechanisms, so it's just like the D-pad or the A button or the B button. Games don't all need to use the crank, but a lot of the games do use the crank. The crank isn't like a mandatory item or anything. It's just designed around being an interesting little toy for people who really like video games. That's really what it is. It's just an expensive toy for people who like video games. Besides, you've been aware of the thing for some time. How do you not know this, Cutest? Just watch their like discussion videos on the thing. They're pretty short. I'm not trying to sell you the thing, to be clear. Like I bought it because I want one for myself. I want one for myself, and I want to be able to share it with people on Twitch. Nope, the crank does not charge the battery. I mean, maybe there's a game where you can crank the crank and it starts a car engine. I know that the surfing game, you spin the crank to spin the surfboard, to do tricks. So you use it to angle the surfboard up the wave, and then you spin it a whole bunch to do a bunch of tricks in the air. Kita Takahashi's game, you turned the crank to move time forward and backward. It's 100% you have no idea what that's happened, but you bet 4 times. The win rate on investments are weird. It does seem to favor people at times. If Peter pops in at some point today, you should ask for his... you should ask for his document of his wins and losses that he's kept over the years. Because he's literally got like 4 or 5 plus years. I mean, it's fine, Pack. I was more just like asking Ghost why Ghost was asking me. Because Ghost has been around, has been aware of the thing for a while. But what do you want me to answer? So I will if I can, but no guarantees I can actually do that. Yeah, it's 2 new games. It's 2 new games every 2 weeks for 12 weeks. It was originally going to be 1, but they upped it to 2 because of the pandemic. And because they were like, well, we have all this extra time, so might as well just keep paying people to make more games. And that's the other thing I needed to do. Man, look at how few crowns we have left. Just the 1. Hallelujah. Calculation just to discharge the battery. I mean, then people would need to sideload that on. Yep, you keep them forever. The reason they unlock on a schedule is because they want people to talk about them. So it's kind of like not Harvest Moon. What's the name of that fucking Nintendo game where everything's on a time schedule? Not Stardew Valley, not Harvest Moon, the other one, where you have the village with the animal people that everybody seems to love for some reason that I don't comprehend. Animal Crossing. It's kind of like an Animal Crossing thing where they want everybody talking about the same thing at the same time. So that's why they're releasing them on a schedule, is so that you get 2 games at a time. So instead of just getting the thing, playing each game for 5 minutes, and then forgetting you own the thing, you get the thing, and then you get to play 2 games for 2 weeks, and you get to kind of play them for a bit, and then you get 2 more games. You get to play those for a bit, so it keeps the thing interesting for an extended period of time, instead of just getting the thing and getting all the games immediately and playing them all for 2 minutes and then saying that you're done. Does that make sense? So it actually, like, is theoretically going to make people play it longer. What squad were you in? You're in the Bear Fighters. Cat, did you poop and not bury your poop? You stink. But yeah, no, they've also thrown around the idea of potentially making another season, but it'll be primarily, I guess, user-made games. And also to, like, incentivize people making their own games, right? Like, the professionally, like, paid for games come out, and then you have 2 weeks to make games, which also keeps people interested in the product for a longer period of time and gives people more time to mess around and make their own games, you know? Wanted to get into showing episodes weekly for the same reason. Nah, it's too late. Like here's the thing, right? In order to like do that, to make that work, you have to do that from the start. Speaking of which, Netflix is going to start, like, streaming video games. Did you guys know about this? They're literally doing the Google Stadia. Which is weird. So randomly, like, you're going to turn on Netflix one day and there's going to be video games in there. The Royal Treasurer has arrived. And also, I only realized only one of the human caravans arrived. Hey, some marmots. Well, I mean, they already have the install base, unlike Google. Yeah, they did arrive super separately. Wonder why that is. Nope. Not that I'm aware of. You just need them to install. You just need Wi-Fi and Bluetooth to install the new games on the schedule so that you don't just go and sideload them early. You know what you know what I mean? So once you sign up with your device, it starts a timer which installs the games every, 2 weeks. But you don't need it once you have them installed. Once they're installed, they're just installed. I'm assuming you could probably, because you can also like plug it into the computer to load devices. I'm assuming you could probably load them that way too. But the primary intended way is just over Wi-Fi. But they're also like not even megabytes. Like they're small. So like Kita Takahashi's game is like half a meg or something. It's like you got to remember these are black and white 1-bit games, right? You got sheep coming into the fort? You got a bunch of ewes? I was going to say, humans aren't sheep last time I checked. Are you calling me a sheep? I don't get it. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of the merchants? All of the wood, please. But I don't see any iwis, so... Definitely not that many sheep. Jesus, cat, you smell bad. I might need to go and stir up his litter box so I don't have to smell poop anymore. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. But indeed. I mean, technically you won't be here all week because you go on your weekend on Saturday, right? I mean, you might still be here all week, though. But seriously, go do something for yourself on the weekend. Don't just hang out with me all week. There's got to be other things you can do in your day. Well, you're sure it will be a fun time? I'd rather not. I mean, it's not him that stinks. It's his litter box that stinks. To be clear. He's fine. It's his litter box that stinks. Although I do actually sort of need to bathe him because he can't wash himself. Because he's got such bad arthritis in his back. He can't wash his back half at all. No shitty, no kitties, not likey water. But, like, that's just because of, elderly cat problems. Oh, they're still unloading. Oh, I see. They literally haven't even arrived yet. Very old kitty. He's 21. But also, hello, H2O. How are you? I got him when he was when I was 6. I'm 27, so he's probably about 21 years old. Don't know exactly when he was born, but I think he was born in the spring, so he's probably 21. I mean, everybody can complain about something if you think hard enough. Like, I will complain that this cat smells bad. Or at the very least, this cat's litter box smells bad. This cat's the same age as you? Yeah, well. Old man. I will say that this cat doesn't, however, support me on Twitch, which is kind of unfortunate. He's old enough to pay rent. He should be helping. This is an amazing age for a cat. He's a very old cat who's been through a lot. According to my mom, he still gets into cat fights every now and again. If young neighboring cats come into their property, he will attack them and win. So he's an old and kind of insane cat. Like Gandalf the cat fighting, like fighting the Gandalf the cat for the other cats. Yeah, totally. Oh, is that you who posts beer on YouTube, cutest? Because I don't know like YouTube usernames. If so, then you're my only YouTube member. My only YouTube member. Because I don't have very many YouTube members. Well, YouTube members have to click the join button and then you don't get ads anymore. It's like $2 a month is what I set it to, which is very much a ripoff, actually. I'm ripping myself off. I should charge more for it, but... And then when I premiere videos and there's a chat, you can post a couple of emotes. You get a fancy badge next to your comments and shit. It's sort of like subscribing on Twitch. And I keep 70%. So it's actually like a better percentage cut than Twitch, oddly enough. But, you know, it's kind of a different ask, kind of a different thing. It's just not something I push too much. You do get ads? I thought that you get ad-free viewing because I clicked that button. You shouldn't get ads. I think you do. Maybe I'm wrong there. Anyway, yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't fully understand the point of them, personally. There we go. My dwarves are smelting ore now. Once they start smelting ore, I'm assuming they'll go from there to start making the metal stuff again. King wants 2 more ballista arrows. But I need more arrowheads to do that, I think. So they're going to make all those iron blocks or iron bars, and then you have ads? All right, well, I need to fix that. When is the playdate going to be released? You know, at some point, you could probably answer these questions faster by going to play.date and just going to the FAQ. But it's a rolling release starting at the end of this year, but they've already sold out the first 20,000, meaning 2022 when they make more. And yeah, the pre-orders went up 2 hours ago, meaning if you order one now, you might get one in 2022. Yeah, pre-orders can be placed now, shipping in 2022. They're not clear as of when. I wonder how many of them are on eBay now. Kind of curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people are selling these fucking things on eBay already. Holy shit. This one, $399 plus $200 to ship it. Wow. $200 shipping. Holy fuck. That person's really grinding their luck. How's the fort population looking? Better than it ever has. 55 total, 41. You should be getting commission for me. If I gave all of my viewers commission for chatting, I would be more broke than I already am. They're shipping it by flying carpet. Flying carpets are expensive, yo. Jesus Christ. You know, I like scalper's gonna scalp. I don't like scalpers, and I tend to just ignore them and not get upset by them, but that makes me angry. That one makes me angry. Not expensive as DHL. Eh. Where's your money? Where's my money? I'm the one who's, according to the bank, 3 days ago, $15,000 a year under the poverty line. So, you want to argue about that? I buy myself 1 record, maybe 2 records a month, and that's about it. Every couple of weeks, I'll buy a 6-pack of beer. Like, I don't exactly have a high life budget. Playdate's something I've been saving for a while, though. Since the beginning of the pandemic, because they were supposed to go on sale at the beginning of 2020. But then they were like, nope, can't do this. Pandemic's happening, which I think's fair. Gotta get my main squad training again. Yeah, I'm just like covered in streamer money. $15,000 a year under the poverty line. Just rolling in the money. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. All of that streamer money. You can like count the dollars and bits I've made this week. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, $13 I've made this week in bits. I don't know. Talking about money is weird because, like, I do make money behind the scenes that's less obvious. Like, I usually get anywhere from, like, $10 to $15 a day in resubs, usually. And then I usually, right now I'm making, like, $15 to $20 a day in ad revenue on YouTube, but that's not going to last much longer. Just because I put up the Tarn Adams interview. They don't run into... $13. Thank you very much for the dollar. H2O. Cheers. Now it's up to $14. I don't think they'll run into chip issues. Just because it's like the stuff that they're buying is super not modern stuff that's in high demand. Right? If you're buying stuff that's in high demand, yeah, you're gonna run into problems, but that's a super low power small system, so I don't think they'll run into problems. But who knows? Who knows? I just hope that I got into the first 20,000 because it's not super clear. It didn't tell me it sold out, so I assume yeah, no, actually I did get it. Late 2021. Whatever that means. Whatever late 2021 is. But yeah, thanks for the dollar. Chat, can I get a couple beers for H2O for the dollar? All right, so we're working on these pipe sections, and I also need to do more glass stuff, so. Is anybody, you know, assembling those thingies for the king? Do it now. Do it now. See if those cancel. Well, one of them did. Guess we need those ballista arrowheads. I was right. Let's push that up to the top. Get those done first. Too tired to type even. Long day. Next month's going to be exciting. I'm very, very much looking forward to the release of Jupiter Hell. It's going to be a fun month. might do like probably a couple of days worth of Jupiter Hell. I want to get some good runs in. Should be fun. Looking forward to it. Shot side effects for you? Ah, okay. No, that's understandable. When did you get your shot? I think that like half of my chat got their second shots like yesterday. Like I feel like everybody's all of a sudden getting second shots right now. Like everybody's just like, yeah, either I just got their first shot or just got their second shot, which is nice to see. Cause like it took way too long for a lot of regions. Like it took way too long for Canada. Just because I was so plugged into when people in the States were getting theirs. It's like, oh, you guys were getting yours like people in the States were getting theirs ages ago. You got your second one on Tuesday? Yeah, I feel like half of my chat got it this week. Like very recently. There we go. We got those arrows getting assembled. Good stuff. I'm also going to need a bunch more charcoal. Might as well queue that up. Oh, the first one hit you harder? Yeah, it varies from shot to shot and person to person. Which, you know, makes those very easy to predict not. Very difficult to predict, actually. Slight pain in your arm from both? I mean, at least it was easy going on your end then, Animal. I mean, less side effects can be nice in some ways, frankly. The second one hit me really, 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 really hard. Second one was rough. The first one was fine. The second one I had to take an extra day off. Like, second one was harsh. First one was fine. First one was like a non-issue, basically. It was like, I felt kind of sick, sort of, the next day, but come on, go away, you stupid fly. Fruit fly buzzing around. So you're gonna eat these carrots raw? I've just been like eating blueberries because my mom gave me a bunch of blueberries and I bought a bunch of blueberries and I'm going blackberry picking soon, so I'm gonna have even more berries. I froze like a shit ton of blueberries and now I'm just like making more, like getting ready to make more blueberry stuff because I've got so much blueberry stuff it's not even funny. Dwarf is going to a meeting and they're not even depressed. What? Make jam out of it? I hate jam. Hate jam. So, no, I froze it. I froze them all, and I will have them in oatmeal for weeks and months. Same with the blackberries. I'm going to freeze them, and I'll have them in oatmeal. Yeah, I'm not a big jam person. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. You know, I legitimately have not seen that movie since I was like maybe 5 years old. The first Space Jam. I have not seen that movie in a very long time. And actually, you know, hold on a second. I figured out why they're not filling the wood stockpiles. It's because somehow I tripped this option. Dwarves ignore wood, dwarves gather wood. My idlers are going to tank down to like 0 in a second. Yep, there we go. Everybody's gathering wood. I must have like tripped that up a couple days ago. Whoops. No, it's not. I'm not a bug made by player. It's an error made by player. Very much a player error. You know how like I always say that a lot of the issues that people have playing DF is like player error? Well, even I'm susceptible. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. We're also going to kill a bunch of unicorns. Literally everybody's putting stuff in stockpiles. All right. Those dwarves are no longer depressed, so I can let them out of the training. You guys can go help us haul logs. So we got a lot of them to bring down. Oh boy. I wonder how long I've had that option tripped up. Blueberry wine would be great. I would tend to agree with that, but I don't know. I don't really have enough space in my apartment to brew stuff. And before you suggested, no, I'm not going to brew stuff in my bathtub. Like, I live in a one-room apartment, so it's like, brewing things, great if you have a garage or a basement. I don't have a garage nor a basement. I have one room, and my parents brewed wine and other things when I was growing up. It never smelled great. And I know there's ways to, like, make the smell go away, because I've talked about this with chat before. But no, I'm not going to make blueberry wine. I'm also not going to make blackberry wine. I do not have this space. So instead, I will do what I always do with berries, which is freeze them and eat them on oatmeal. Is it funny to you, Cutest, that I'm just like answering chat's questions before chat asks them? And saying no to chat's suggestions before chat asks them? It's almost like I've been doing this for a while. Perfect example. What? A perfect example of what Blind... it's like Blind's been here before and done this before. I mean, usually the way this conversation goes is brew it under your sink, and then I say no to that, and then they say brew it in your bathtub, and then I say no to that. Frozen blueberries on oatmeal is fantastic. It really is. Frozen blueberries, frozen raspberries, frozen blackberries, frozen strawberries even. All pretty good options. You know what's ridiculous? My YouTube channel is getting 500 hours of watch time per day right now, kind of on average. Like, busy days will be like up to 600 or 700. But 500 hours a day, people are listening to my voice. The day I put the interview out with Tarn, it got 900 hours. It's a lot of hours. One of the weirdest, like, things that you have to kind of come to terms with doing this for a job is you have to realize that there's always somebody listening to your voice, regardless of whether or not you're talking. Like, I just, I sit in my apartment and I basically don't talk after my streams are done, right? Like, I basically just don't talk for the rest of the day in the evenings. So it's really kind of weird to just, like, realize that, oh, yeah, there's always somebody listening to my voice. Somebody somewhere is listening to my voice. At all times. Somebody somewhere is listening to my voice. Brewed in your toilet, stupid. The flavor will be pretty flush. I like it. No one's made that suggestion before, I'm not going to lie. That's a new one. That there is a new one. Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the chat room. I haven't been welcome to the chat room today, which means Twitch chat isn't constantly booting me out today, which is actually kind of nice. Slaughtering all them unicorns again for their meatsies. Actually, I wanted to check something. Bone. Let's say, I don't know, bone amulet. Details. Can I set this specifically as unicorn horn? No, just I can't do it specifically as unicorn bone, I don't think. I don't think I can. Because, like, I can set it specifically as unicorn bone, but I don't think I can specify unicorn horn. What the fuck's an ice wolf? Yeah. Let's just queue up 300 bone amulets. You will assimilate your content. Well, Tarn just has a very entertaining cadence. He talks in a way that is just very entertaining to listen to. I don't believe that I've ever had someone say that Tarn has a better voice than me, but I would agree that Tarn's probably more interesting than me. Because, as we determined yesterday, I am a useless waste to society and have no value to anybody or anything. Or was that the day before? Can't remember. He's got that storyteller voice? I mean, that's because I'm not talking like a storyteller most of the time, but... I mean, we've discussed this in the past. I am a completely irrelevant nitwit who begs for money on the internet that, you know, isn't benefiting anybody or society in any way, so... We've determined this. I simply exist. What was it that I needed? That's what I wanted. Some more of these. 2 more of these. Chat hates me. They're just here to annoy me. The only reason my YouTube channel gets any kind of traffic is because I use other people's fame and things that they've done and to trick their audience to come and watch my stuff via interviews. Guess you could call that providing a service, or journalism, but really it's just... You wouldn't watch my YouTube channel, so I gotta trick other people to watching it somehow. Which is kind of cool. Says Animal, the guy who's been watching me longer than I've been doing interviews. That's the thing that actually matters here. I'm being very ironic with what I'm saying, but there is a degree of truth to it. To be clear, I don't really believe that. I like to think that the work that I do has more value than that. Even if it's just simply annoying people on the internet. Which sometimes is kind of funny. I put up videos with opinions that people don't agree with, and then they're just like, nah! They get all mad at me. Which I do think is genuinely kind of hilarious. Sideskip's a little depressed. Not too much I can do about that because he's a merchant. Wants to acquire something, wants some abstract thinking. Well, I can't let you practice a martial art. But, I can give you a scholar position and, I can give you hunting and trapping, which is sort of a martial art. Let's see if that helps. But there's going to be lots of stuff getting hauled in place. No. Unfortunately, you're not paying me enough to make me say dumb shit on command, Socksmell. I mean, I'll say nah for you, but I won't put a Y in there.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato.
Exactly. See, B-Lug pays me enough to make me say dumb shit on command because that's literally a command that he can trigger whenever he wants. Why do you want me to say nya? Just to be totally curious here? I'm absolutely honest. Why do you want me to say that? Know yourself, animal. Try that again. You got baited. Like just now, cutest? Oh right, yeah, because I had to remove that from you, animal. Because yeah, you had to move, thus downgraded your sub. So thus I shouldn't have to give you that. I mean, no, what you wrote is the sound that 12-year-old girls make when they pretend to be cats in Japan. What I said was nah. I just said N-A-A-A-H, exactly, not N-Y-A-A-A-A. N-Y-A-A-A-A is what
You fucking donkey!
says when they are trying to get off. Oh, really? Well, that's kind of cool. What's the module do, if I can ask? I don't really follow space news. I'm too busy following my own local news. Speaking of local news, anybody want to see some local humor? People outside of Vancouver may or may not get this joke, though. If you live in the greater Vancouver area, you'll know that there is an area in the greater Vancouver area called Delta. There's also a part of town called Kelowna and a place called Surrey here in the greater Vancouver area. And because of that, I find that post very funny. Like, very, very funny. It's called science, so they put it there just for science. Got it. You got here right on time for the local humor. That, like, made me spit out my drink last night. It was very funny. I read that and I got a good laugh. Shoutouts to Port Delta. I love it that some dwarves can feel free when they're wearing old clothing. So much stuff is getting done. But how you doing today, Sathatos? How's things? When did that happen? Should I go to the Greater Vancouver subreddit or something? Also, which McDonald's in Richmond? I wonder if it was head office. for the, because the oldest McDonald's in Canada is in Richmond. Yo, Lincoln, hang on. All right. Also, public freakout in Richmond is like just a Tuesday. I mean, come on. Just like there's buildings burning down over here all the time. It's like standard Vancouver news. Somebody got shot in Surrey. Somebody's freaking out in Richmond. Car accident in New West. Protests in downtown. Public alcoholism in Port Moody. Oh boy, it's on public freakout, man. I'm not gonna stream this, but I'll watch it. Oh damn, what an ass. I like how this is a TikTok. That's my favorite part about this, is that it's a fucking TikTok. Wow. What a fucking guy. Hope this guy goes to prison. Just want to listen to volume, so I'm going to mute the background. What did they do? Like 5 minutes later? Sounds good. Wow. I like how the people are just like, yo, what the fuck, man? He also knocked over somebody's bike on the way out. What the shit? What a fucking guy. All right, muting Reddit now. That's all I have to say to that is what a fucking guy. Also not the one I was thinking of. Not the oldest McDonald's in Canada. Module is its own Canada arm, but from Europe. Place for another astronaut, new toilet. And that makes water from urine and a bunch of other things. How neat. I like how it just said science, though. That should really literally just be all they tell us. Is just like, what are you putting on the space station? Science! What's it for? Science! What are you doing with it? Science! Well, this checks out. But that's cool. It's always nice to hear when they're making the space station bigger so that when it inevitably crashes into the Earth, it's going to kill us all. This is why I don't work at NASA and why I don't work in any kind of space industry, because that's literally all I would say. Free. You've been kept from alcohol for too long? Restless? Okay, so you want to practice a martial art, which means I'm going to need to remove you, unfortunately, from Captain of the Guard free, because I can't have the Captain of the Guard be in the military. Because if the Captain of the Guard's in the military, they're going to one-shot kill random people for no reason, so. Let's make Taurus the Captain of the Guard. Taurus is the king's lover. I needed science, so we brought the science to us instead of leaving the science in space. As long as it's not exclamation point science. Oh, it's definitely exclamation point science. Oh, I'm sure you'd be able to see it. It depends on if you're on the right side of the Earth or not. But I don't know. I just that's cool. It's nice to know that they're still adding onto the ISS. Also, there's some like shit going down on my Discord right now. I'm not even sure what, but they're like talking way much. I don't even know what they're on about. It's like Pilot and some other people are all talking about something. Something to do with some airlines. I don't even. But I can't follow 2 chat rooms at once. I'm pretty skilled, but I'm not that skilled. So I have no idea what they're on about. But yeah, it's good to hear that guy got arrested shortly after doing that, because fuck that dude. Oddly enough, though, he looks kind of similar to somebody that I used to know. Don't mind that. What are you guys on about? I'm just kind of curious. I'm just kind of curious. Honestly, my favorite thing about space is that meteorite that shot through our, or not meteor, that I think it's a comet technically, that big chunk of ice that shot through our solar system not too long ago, called Uma or whatever, because there's a beer named after it, and it's probably my favorite stout ever made. So that is my favorite thing about space, is that that thing shot through our system, which a beer is named after, and you know. Also, investments are open, chat. Airplanes and automation mostly. I mean, you could do that in the Twitch chat, but... Yeah, I was about to respond to what Hexwrench just said on the Discord. It's like, technically the clip channel's on a different Discord. Technically, it's on a different Discord. That's kind of by design. All right, well, this is for Stone, who's not here, who's definitely asleep. So I will just quickly screenshot this. Bilberry seeds. Oh, good lord. It's almost 2 pages. Meh what? What are you mehing about? That you just want to have private conversations without streamer, or you just want streamer to be lonely? Or are you mehing investments? Because, yeah, TBH. For helping keep the Discord active? Yeah, but you do that when I'm not online. I mean, right now we're like 10 below the weekly communicators, so it doesn't matter how many people are talking. I need 10 more people to be talking. 10 different people, not the same people talking more. Which means I'll probably lose my Discord partnership at this rate. Because it's been dropping. I've been able to stave it off for a bit, but I don't know. Hopefully I don't lose it, because that would kind of suck. But I'm kind of expecting to. I'm just talking about nonsensical random shit that pops into my mind because I don't have anything else to talk about. I would gladly talk about automation in airplanes if you talked in my chat about automation in airplanes, but you do what you want to do, man. You can lose Discord partnership, yep. You have to maintain specific stats every 3 months or they will take it away from you. Literally the only reason I still have it is because there's a room on my Discord where we're trying to count to 1 million. I didn't tribute anything. They gave it to me, not the other way around. I'm not giving them tribute. They're giving me tribute. So we can finally mince that rhubarb. What makes you think that I would be a pathetic enough dwarf to give things to humans? Ugh. Disgusting. Also, we don't really have much wheat flour in this fortress. We do, however, have rye flour and a few other kinds of flour. But we don't actually have much cave wheat flour because I've never bothered to actually cultivate cave wheat. No, it's not going to another mountain home. It's coming from the humans to us. No, we are the mountain home, my friend. Yeah, no, literally the only reason I still have the Discord partner is because on my Discord we have this room, which is just us trying to count to 1,000,000 one number at a time, no repeats. And this room is like the only thing that actually keeps my Discord active enough to maintain Discord partner. Without that room, we have a, well, technically we're a village, but we have the king of the world, Kade. This is our king, who only owns 139 items, which I think is ridiculous considering how many ballista arrows the king makes me make. But yeah, we have the king of dwarves in this fortress. Was the king born in the fort? Yes, the king was born in the fort, and the king became king when the queen died. So the queen passed away, and then the king was what's the word? Just appointed. The king had been in the fort for like 30-something years before he became king. How old is the king now? We got the king in like year 180-something. 129 is the age of the king now. Yeah. He was born here in 154, and we got it in like 189 or something. And we're in, so yeah, it's been the king for like 100 years now. And still hasn't fucking gotten married, which is kind of frustrating. I'm really hoping that the king will have some babies so we can have little princes and princesses running around. But no, just Taurus is their lover. And they haven't gone and gotten married, which is frustrating. Frustrating. Careful with the count, friends. Don't mess it up. So yeah, we are the mountain home. We are like the most important fortress in the world, most likely. And only 9,403 things have been lost and killed here. Which is, you know, a large number indeed. Indeed it be a large number. But yeah, no, all of the tributes in the fort are coming from the various human factions that all pay us tribute every year. They pay us tribute because I had the option of invading them, and I was like, you know what? I could invade them, or I could simply demand tribute. And so we're demanding tribute because I figured that would be more fun. So we've done that instead. And the humans have arrived and are ready to trade. All right, time to sell some amulets. Bone amulets. Lots of dwarves are going to bring stuff over now. Literally, as I said it. Well, I mean, such is the way of things. Well, now we have to start over, so. Rip. And here come all of those amulets. Did the okay, the outpost liaison did arrive. Who's depressed? It's probably still side scoop. Oh, nope, Shem's depressed. Want to practice martial art? Nothing I can do about that. I mean, who isn't in the current year? How many artifacts? Do I look like I'm counting? Well, we have like 370 unique books So it makes counting artifacts kind of difficult. As far as artifacts go, I have no idea. Probably a few hundred, because most dwarves make one. We've had a few hundred dwarves. But, like, this screen is kind of full. Especially when you count all of the books. So... I mean, we got like 4 artifacts yesterday. So, there's a lot of stuff coming in pretty quick and consecutively. Also, hey Taco, how's things? Also, Club Penguin Pat. What's up? Well, I've played 4,000 hours of RimWorld, and the reason I don't play RimWorld is because I've played a lot of RimWorld, and I'm bored shitless of RimWorld. I don't like Factorio because I don't like base building games. Or no, I don't like conveyor belt games. Same reason I don't really like Satisfactory, and the same reason I have no interest in Dyson Sphere program. I'm not big on conveyor belt production line games. I don't find them fun at all. I find them kind of annoying and slow, and they just feel like work. But I like other base building games. I streamed Songs of Six. I played Odd Realm the other day. Yeah, I'm totally fine with those types of base building games. I just don't like Factorio, and I have no interest in playing RimWorld again. Can't focus at work, so you're on Twitch. Fair enough. Kavish says, I'm Eurasian from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? So, I actually don't get asked that often, Club Penguin Pack. I'm bored shit. Like, honestly, like, RimWorld is mind-numbingly dull to me these days. Like, it's like a fucking broken record of the same shit happening every time. It doesn't have anywhere close to the amount of variety as Dwarf Fort. So. Also, Dwarf Fortress isn't really a base building game. So. I also streamed Space Haven when that released, and we'll probably stream more of that at some point. I also played Oxygen Not Included for a bit, but didn't really like it. I wanted to like it, but didn't. Kind of skipped Going Medieval because honestly, it just looks like it needs more content. I'll try that game once it's had like a 6 to 8 months of development. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I mean, like, that's all it really is to it. I mean, there isn't that many base building games. I play a lot of city builders. But I don't know. DF is more than a base building game. I also played No Moria. Quite liked that, but that game doesn't get developed anymore, so who fucking cares? Well, it's not that it seems shallow to DF. I think that there's a lot to love in RimWorld, but once you've beaten the game in every single biome, there really isn't much more to do. I don't really like grand strategy games, so no opinion on Crusader Kings 3 because I haven't played it. I didn't like Crusader Kings 2 particularly. I bounced off of Europa Universalis and never got into Stellaris, so... Same reason I'm playing RimWorld still and waiting for normal graphics for DF because I can do it for fun. Well, I mean, if you have fun playing RimWorld, fucking play RimWorld. No one's stopping you. I mean, like, I don't even consider Factorio a base building game. Like, yeah, it is kind of a base building game, but not really. It's a factory building game. I don't like factory building games. Stellaris was just dry, dull, and boring with nice music. That's my opinion on Stellaris. You're back with Chinese? Real Chinese? Or Western Chinese? Because real Chinese is good. Western Chinese is calories, but also good. Real Chinese or Western Chinese is very good, like hangover food. It's some of my favorite hangover food, actually, which I'll probably not eat for a very long time, if ever. Real Chinese, like actual like dim sum, real Chinese. Good shit. What'd you get? And if you say sweet and sour pork, I will call bullshit on the real Chinese comment. I love like actual like Chinese restaurants where you need to like shout at them to get your service. Where it's like, oh no, like normal restaurants you just like raise your hand and a waiter comes over, or they'll just like check on you. Chinese restaurants, they don't do that. You're like literally the ruder you are to them, the better your service. It's kind of wild. You have to like shout at them and just be like, hey, we got more of this. And they're like, okay. It's a good time. Real Chinese food in restaurants is fun. Although on the flip side, I really like 4X games. I really like and part of the reason like I like 4X games and not grand strategy games is I like the turn-based nature of them. Like I will absolutely be playing Humankind when that releases next month. Very much looking forward to that. Wait, did you get Thai or did you get Chinese? Because if you got rice, noodles, and Thai chicken, broccoli, and ribs, that sounds like Thai food, not Chinese food. But still sounds tasty. Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to Humankind. I think that's gonna be a fun week. Looking forward to playing a bit of that. But you know, at the end of the day, like, I'm not restricted to play the games that everybody else plays just for views or anything. I can kind of just yeah, it seems kind of just like a mix of things. Bastet. Like, I'm not locked into any particular game or genre. I can just kind of play the games that I find interesting. So that's just what I do, you know? And that's why I play a lot of roguelikes and why I play a lot of maybe games that you haven't heard of. Just part of why I think streaming can be interesting. Like, what's the fun of streaming if I just play the same games everybody else plays, you know? Like, there's probably like 24 people playing Factorio right now. There's probably like 576 people playing RimWorld right now because of that new expansion pack, and everyone else is doing everything else. 1000 Year Fort is still somewhat locked in. I mean, I could also just, like, as I've said before, power through this thing in 3 months. Well, it's not the kind of food they're making. Best. Still doesn't change the fact that that's... Anyway. Stupid argument. But, you know. How you doing, Navy Vet? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Is that blood on the ground or wine? And if it's blood, what kind of blood is it? It's bilberry wine. Who's running around spilling wine everywhere? The fuck, guys? Someone's just spilling wine all over the place. I think we're kind of running low on wine. And you're drinking out of the well. Okay. Yeah, we need to make some more wine, I think. I wanted to make 60, but I was one tile too far, or one key too far over. That's a bit more than I wanted. And I also removed something that I didn't intend to. Whoops. It's fine. So, skeleton pixel game? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. You want Mongolian barbecue, which is not real Mongolia. It's just hella good. Oh, I know what you mean. The restaurant that I've wanted to go to that I haven't been to since before the pandemic is a Jamaican place, but it's like this tiny fucking hole in the wall, and they're always packed. And now they have a balcony thing that they've like taken over the front parking lot, but in order to actually like get a seat there, you have to wait in line because they don't do booking stuff. Oh, Hieroglyphica? I mean, that's not really a Selection pixel game. I mean, that's a game I played last night, but it's not really a pixel art game. So I was thinking maybe they were talking about my mom is texting me if I like cider. So obviously I'm responding with yes. Had skeletons? I mean, there is one enemy type that is a skeleton. But yeah, no, Hieroglyphica is a neat little game. Tis a neat little game. Man, that's a lot of jobs. It's gonna take a while to get all those done. Also, hello, Greedy Core. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, Hieroglyphica, that VOD is already up on YouTube, the part 1 anyway. But I did stream it again since then, although I think I kind of had more luck the first time I played it than the second time. I might do that again tonight, I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling and how long I go. I have to pick up a fucking package before 6 p.m. This week has been, like, not super nice to me in the stuff I have to do right after stream things. Hold the fucking phone. What? Making a new Dexter? Excuse me? Really? Why? Chat, did you know this? They're making a new Dexter? Well, I mean, I'll watch it. I really liked the original series. You should maybe watch the original. The first 4 seasons are very good, then it gets kind of slow, but... What? Kills Dexter the scientist. Dexter and Dexter. But that's Dexter's Laboratory. Totally different show. I watched the entirety of the original show while it was ongoing, so I liked that original show. But I also had friends that also watched it, so... Huh. I was one of those weird people who actually liked the ending of the original Dexter. Like, I know it was a very unpopular ending at the time, but I actually really liked it. I thought it fit quite nicely. Well, alright then. The question is, am I going to have to subscribe to some random streaming service I don't want to subscribe to watch it? Probably. Because I doubt it'll be on Netflix, because Dexter isn't on Netflix anymore, because they removed it a while ago, I think. Which means I doubt this will be. Because Showtime is what? That one network that's named after a fruit, I think? Right? Spoilers for people who haven't seen Dexter, Bastet. Is Crave still a thing? Yeah, Crave's still a thing. I've never actually watched anything on Crave. Not Dexter's Laboratory. New Dexter season. Dexter New Blood. Apparently you can just... Oh, it's from Showtime's... It's on Showtime's thing. Whatever it's called. Well, I mean... They've got the whole returning cast, so that's kind of cool. Someone who never watched after you can confidently and ignorantly believe that this is the best parody and it stole your Dexter and kills you. I've never seen that parody, but I'd rather not. I'm not a big fan of parodies. I tend to hate them. The only parody that I've ever genuinely enjoyed, which I don't think was done by these people, maybe it was. I don't know. The only parody I've ever really enjoyed is the only what's the word? Parody I've genuinely enjoyed is the American Psycho, but it's computer scientists. And it's just them bragging about their keyboards for 5 minutes. It's like the scene from American Psycho where they're just like all talking about their business cards, right? Except instead they're talking about mechanical keyboards and blue switches and shit. I find that way too funny because I've seen people actually talk about that. I hate Weird Al. I actually like used to really like Weird Al. I can't stand the guy anymore. And I blame Twitch chat. So back in the day, I used to do song requests every Friday on stream. And I eventually stopped doing song requests because I got so fucking sick of Weird Al and other things. I used to like Infected Mushroom. I fucking hate Infected Mushroom because of song requests. I used to like Weird Al. I fucking hate Weird Al because of song requests. It's like, oh my god, do I have to really listen to fucking Amish Paradise one more time? I might just break something or somebody. My mom is texting me, so that's why I keep checking my phone. Mom, stop it! Thanks, Mom. I think my mom single-handedly texts me more than anybody else in existence. Which either means my mom loves me or I have no friends or a combination of the two. Because literally, like, if you look at my phone history, it's like the pharmacy, my doctor, and my mom. And that's like it. I used to actually text people. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not in a long time. Side effect of having no friends is the only person you text with is your mom. It's kind of funny because, like, when I got this phone, they were like, oh, yeah, your plan now includes unlimited talk and text. Before I had, like, I think it was, like, 1,000 minutes a month and, like, unlimited texting after, like, 5 p.m. I'm like, well, I've literally never gone over. And they're like, really? That's, like, nothing. I'm like, Yeah, I don't ever talk on the phone, and the only person I text is my mom twice a week. So, like, I didn't even know I had limits because I've never gone over them. Bastet has grown to be a peasant. Have no interest in material goods. You don't fall in love. Very quick to anger. There's a noticeable lack of perseverance. Doesn't handle stress well. All right, I'm going to put you into the bear fighters. Put you in hauling and jewelry. I'm going to put you on clothes making, weaving, glass making, bone crafting, stone crafting, and leather working. Whoopsies. Where'd you go? Let's give you stone detailing, carpentry, and I just knocked my escape key off of the thing. And what was the other one I'm looking for? Healthcare. And what's the last one I need? Hunting. Trapping. You talk and text your parents and your flight instructor, that's about it. Yeah. I love that for a while their email was kind of becoming an outdated format. There we go. Escape key's back connected again. Email was kind of becoming an outdated format. Yeah, I get more texts from scammers in a week than I do from my mom. That is true. Oh, actually, you know what I actually text the most now that I'm looking at my texting history is two-factor authentication. Like Google, YouTube, Twitch. I think that's Coinbase. Yeah, it's mostly two-factor, actually. I use texting for two-factor authentication more often than anything else. I was actually talking to a girl through Tinder about a week ago, and she ended up unmatching me because I didn't have a fucking WhatsApp. She's like, I don't want to talk on Tinder anymore. Do you have WhatsApp? I was like, I don't have WhatsApp. I have Discord. And they're like, well, okay, bye then. It's like, all right. It's like, I'm not making a fucking WhatsApp account. So you can sod off with that. No, thank you. Not worth it. It's not worth it. One day I'll probably cave on that one, but it feels like I only just deleted Facebook. I'm not gonna let that company back into my phone. Just like side note, has anybody heard of a game called Almighty Kill All Gods? Or Kill Your Gods? Because that is like the most generic sounding name I've heard in a minute. No offense to Versus Evil, but I will never remember that. Your company's email server has been down all day. It's been glorious. Oh, so you're not like receiving like emails? I mean, yeah, that sounds lovely. You know what's funny about the name of this game, Almighty Kill Your Gods, is it's implying that I have multiple gods. That's the funny bit. So, you know, I was listening to a podcast last night. They were talking about early access games. And one of the things that they brought up towards the end of it is, you know, we are so far into games in early access at this point that when games come to the end of their early access period, and this is what one of the hosts said, but I kind of agree with it, I sometimes get kind of sad because it means that updates are going to be less frequent. New content is going to be less frequent, and I might have to pay for it in the future. Has anybody else run into that? I know a lot of people are just like so kind of burned out on early access games and just don't like them, but like as a creator, I really, 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 really enjoy having just like a game like perpetually updated that I could just constantly keep playing because it just keeps adding new shit. It makes me genuinely sad when games are like, oh, we're done. Scammers are fun to troll in Russia. Last time I was going to request to join some religion and talk shit with them for 4 hours. The best recreation you had for a week. See, here's the thing. All the scammers over here aren't actually like scammers. It's like, did you owe money? Press 1 kind of shit. And then they just charge you money by the minute for the phone call. So there's nobody to talk to over here usually, unfortunately. Signal is better? I don't know what Signal is. Is that another chat app, Eurypterus? I've never used Signal. I've used Telegram, but I don't really like Telegram. Just the UX of it's kind of blech. Yep, that's a neat little game. Chillotica. I'm not going to bother with it because it doesn't really look like my jam, but I watched some streams of it. Looks cool. Is there wine there? There's just like wine everywhere. What's happening? This fortress is weird right now. Shit's gotten strange. Also, holy shit, where did all those chicks come from? And why aren't they, you know, in here where they're supposed to be? Maybe that's why the frame rate just got weird. It's like all of these chicks are just slowly leaving the fortress. I'm gonna go put them back. Come on, guys. Or when the incoming number is your own number that they're because they're spoofing? Oh, really? I don't believe I've ever seen that. Usually they're like random 1-800 numbers and they try to be companies. It's usually like, oh, we're this bank and you need to pay this bill. You've never gotten a scam call? I mean, you're not really missing much. Quite frankly. You got your phone in another region, so you don't answer anything in your area code? Oh, really? It's kind of a way to do it, I guess. Also, that's a lot of chickens. Need to slaughter some of these chickens. I don't know. I don't usually answer 1-800 numbers or restricted numbers from my phone, which is usually what they are. Unless I'm expecting a phone call from somebody, I usually just don't even bother. And this new phone that I just got also has some sort of like anti-scammer thing built in where it detects potentially scammer numbers. And I received a phone call from a 1-800 number about a week ago now, I guess, sometime last week, that just said restricted number, spammer, or spam detected. So I didn't answer that. I don't know if that worked or not because I didn't answer it, but I suppose it probably worked. I assume it probably worked. You know what I mean? And let's slaughter all these. And holy shit, that's a lot of chickens. Look at all these chickens. Good God. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's safe to assume that my phone is accurate when it's talking about whether or not a phone call is from a spammer, so pretty safe assumption, I think. I mean, that's B-Lug's sound command, so B-Lug would have to use that. I mean, it's more like minor chicken explosion. I mean, look at these. 9 eggs, 15 eggs, 15, 12, 13. There you go. That one. Let's make 250 meals. It's because these are all chickens. All these C's are chickens, or more accurately, chicks. Because I finally was able to get a hen and a rooster. And, well, the population kind of blew up a little bit. Because unlike the last time, I didn't forget that I had them. I don't know what that means, Chalotica. Spam database for phones that have it. It's the ISP data. They have numbers on the network. I really want a net rock. I mean, yeah, no, they're pretty accurate generally, or rather, I'm assuming it's gonna be accurate because it seems like it will be. We get all these chickens removed from here, please, guys. Come on, seriously. How you doing, Soaps? How's things? Soaps, did you buy a Playdate? You seem like the sort of person that would have bought a Playdate. This thing. It's a small handheld console with a bunch of boutique games on it. And a in-browser maker to make your own games. You did now, you're welcome. Although you're late. The pre-orders went up this morning at 10 a.m. And I will be getting mine at the end of the year. Now they're shipping sometime in 2022, so. And there's people already scalping the early pre-orders for $600. Because people are awful. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you how it is, report back, and then, I mean, fuck, it's coming with some software that, and you can cancel pre-orders at any time until it ships, so, if you pre-order one, and then I'll tell you how it is in the fall. But they're working on software to mirror the screens, so you can plug it into your PC and then capture it, which I'm actually super excited about. Because if you go to the dev section of their website, they got the SDK, which is just going to run in a browser. They got some information about how to like make your own fonts and such. But Playdate Mirror, this is really cool. A desktop app that mirrors the screen of your connected Playdate in real time, perfect for capturing Playdate video so you can stream it or record it locally, which I'm super excited about. I was not expecting that. So I could have like a hand cam where I like point at the device itself and then also play. But I don't really know that. I don't know that many people who are getting them. It's described as an expensive toy for people who like video games, which is kind of the most accurate way to describe the fucking thing. So let's slaughter like half of these chicks because I really do not need them. Okay. Where's the part where she steals your phone? I'm waiting for the part of this story, Chilletica, where like she pickpocketed you and stole your wallet. That's usually how those types of stories end for me. And now we're married. Yeah, right. She stole my wallet. Now we're married. Or it's like met a girl in Las Vegas. We got married, and then she stole my stuff and left. Kind of shit. Also, screw getting married, by the way. To heck with it. It's a big old sham. All right. Let's just fly down here and work on the tower. Because I got a bunch of glass made, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Got a ton of glass right now. All that's glass. So let's get this put into the pipe. Gotta make some actual progress today. Why did I read that as post-mortem biopsy? I was like, hold on a second, you're dead? What? I literally read that as post-mortem in my brain. So you and me both don't have cancer. Well, that's cool. I mean, they thought I had cancer, sir. They just blame everything on cancer. Mild problem happens, you have cancer. Type 1 diabetic, you have cancer. High five. Dude, I've been to 2 ultrasounds since they let me out of hospital, still checking for cancer, and every doctor that I have is like, you don't have cancer. And I recently had another discussion with a doctor and nurse, and they were like, did you get the 3rd ultrasound checking if you have cancer? I'm like, pretty sure I don't have cancer. You didn't find anything at the first 2. Do I have to go get another ultrasound? I'm gonna go open up the blinds in my apartment, let some natural light in here. I mean, they gotta be sure. Jeez. They're trying to guess that I'm a Cancer. I'm not a Cancer, actually. I'm pretty sure I'm a Gemini. I don't know. I don't pay any attention to that shit. I used to, an old friend of mine growing up, his mom was way into that and always wanted to know what our birthday was, and was always reading our horoscopes out of this big fucking book. I'm like, man, how much money did you spend on that book? Because that's a fucking racket. Why would you want natural lice? I don't. What? I said natural light. L-I-G-H-T, not lice. Also, question. Is there such a thing as unnatural lice? Can you get lice in an unnatural... I guess, like, intentionally putting lice on your person would be an unnatural way of getting lice. That seems kind of counterproductive, though. You prefer lichen. I prefer lichen. They assume thin folks with diabetes have a big C because it's... Well, the reason they assumed I did, I actually know why. It's because I lost, like, 40 pounds in, like, a year, which is, like, 30% of my body weight. And if you rapidly go from being, like, a relatively healthy body weight to being extremely underweight, it can cause a lot of calcification in your lower intestines, which is a... And also, like floating liquid around the stomach, which is a sign of cancer. So when they run tests, it looks like you have cancer, even if you don't. So they ran all that shit, looked at me and were like, you look like you have cancer. Well, the reality is I just lost a lot of weight in a really short period of time. So... It's one of those, like, I guess, better be safe than sorry, question mark, situations. It's already been fixed. We're already done fixing it. There are many ways to the dark side of the lice. Some consider to be unnatural. Uh-huh. That is a very, very, very long stretch. Like, that is more stretching than I have done in the last 6 months. And I stretch once every morning. Most mornings. So that's quite the stretch, animal. Are you sure about that? And I should probably stretch more, frankly. I do not need any more of these chicks. Hey, Evil Trick, you want to be an animal butcher? I need more butchers. Animal is trying to, captions, closed captions on this stream made a typo and said light instead of lice. Pilot mentioned, why would you want natural lice as a joke, and now Animal is running with it because that's what Animal does. It's more like Darth Squidius, less Darth Sidious. Also, Dr. Soaps, so have you seen that new Dune trailer? It looks okay. I'm not holding out hope, but it looks okay. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. You're the derp of the chat, are you? I think I'm the derp of the chat, frankly. I'm the one misreading chat 80% of the time. And making up numbers 92% of the time. Ah. You know what's the worst, chat? You know when the inside of your nose is itchy? And you don't really want to sit here and just pick your nose on the stream? So instead, I'm going to turn the camera off and itch the inside of my nose, because fuck this shit. Eh. It's like, I swear I'm not picking my nose. Eh. Wait, which one of the last ones doesn't exist? What even is the new Ghostbusters movie? Because you're the only person that has talked about it. I haven't seen anything about a new Ghostbusters movie. The only reason I know that there's a new Ghostbusters movie, Darren, is because you've mentioned it. Dreamed they picked their nose on stream? I mean, I've dreamed, like, my pants fell down on stream once. And I got banned from Twitch. That was a pretty rough one. Not gonna lie. There's a new Ghostbusters? Apparently. Apparently there's a new Ghostbusters. They're doing a very good job marketing it, as you can tell. Pants falling down, but you float. Yeah, I have no legs, so it'd be really weird. How would my pants fall down? Actually, apparently I was really baked a couple weeks ago and ordered pajamas. So I'm wearing these really cozy, like super thin summer pajamas that I don't remember ordering, but I guess I must have ordered them when I was stoned. So I'm just going to thank stoned me and not worry about it too much. Someone needs to give Socks a sub so that Socks can post debug. Somebody help a Sock out and help a streamer out. Small Kids is going to come out. What? Okay, hold on a second. It's a Ghostbusters trailer with the Stranger Things kid in the thumbnail. Excuse me? You know, thank you very much, President Weevil, for chucking a sub at Socks. Now you can post debug. Life's been fixed, Socks. Now, when you post debug, we can see it. I mean, there's other people that need subs, Soap, if you want to help with that. But, okay, so can I just complain about franchises for a second here? Soaps, thank you very much for the 13 months. Welcome back, man. We gotta hang out again at some point when you can go outside. I'll come up to your neck of the woods and we can go hang out in a park or something. I hate it when they keep making sequels for the sake of making sequels. And when they keep making spin-offs for the sake of making spin-offs. It's like, just make something else. Like, I was super into Stranger Things when Stranger Things came out because it was interesting and it was new. But, I don't know. That being said, I skimmed through that trailer. I also kind of hope that that isn't bad. The Forgotten Beast, Ugath, Stadonugath, Onam has come. A great hairy snail. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a bloated body. Its mauve taupe hair is long and shaggy. Beware, it's poisonous gas. Thank you very much, Subs, for chucking 5 subs out into the community. Cheers, man. Someone's got to hype train that. If anybody's got 100 bits or a Prime sub, pop it now. Thank you so much, dude. The spin-off sequel to the spin-off sequel, it's a fanfic of the parody? Yeah, basically. It's like, to a point, it's like, it starts to feel like the new Star Wars stuff. Where it's like, why does this exist? Why does this exist? But subs, thank you very much for chucking 5 subs out. Big thank you, man. Also, have I hit the goal? Not quite. If we hit 250, then I need to gift a sub. But huzzah for helping me pay credit card bills, which I'm going to have to pay now because I just bought a Playdate. I did apply for a press kit for one, but they unfortunately didn't send me one. I'm not cool enough. If I got the press kit one, then I would have had it by now. But yeah, cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, everybody. Here it goes. Oh no, what are you doing, animal? I'm just gonna sit here and sip my coffee. Whoa. All right, well. You know, I'm kind of impressed. Because that's 20 gift subs you just chucked out, right? Somehow Renee didn't get one. Anyway, you broke the goal, sir. By a lot. So thank you, animal. You mad lad. Good damn indeed. God damn, dude. That's a lot of subs, animal. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for continuing to fund this stream over the last 4 years. Cheers, dude. And soaps as well for the 5-pack and that Prime sub. Cheers, everybody. A stray marmot's forgotten his training. I mean, that's fine. We'll get to it. Dwarves are busy. Lots of stuff to get done. Uh-oh. Mayor wants something. 2 picks. Push those up to top priority, I think. Also beer indeed. Yeah. Choo-choo indeed. It's a lot of gum for all that chewing. Be like, no problem, Renee. I'm just amazed that you managed to dodge that 20. That's what's actually impressive to me about that, is that you managed to dodge the 20. I think I also need to update the sub goal. Because it's about to go up to 270. About 300. And the 5. Of course, thanks for the 5. I said thank you. Cheers, soaps. Hey, Heinz and Zwei. An anonymous tongue twister is chucking out 5 more. Thank you very much, anonymous tongue twister. I like how those ones all go off one at a time. Why is that? Normally the 5-packs all go up in one notification. I don't know. I guess it's because they're anonymous. Shoutouts to anonymous, chat. Shoutouts to anonymous. And congrats to everybody who got slapped with those subscriptions to the channel. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded, guys. There's too many tasks that are getting done. Is anybody... Okay, so the other thing that I'm going to prioritize, I'm going to pump up this. Basically, I want smelting lemonite ore, and I guess we don't have charcoal. Let's push that up to priority number 1. Too many tasks? For the dwarves, yeah. Dwarves have way too many tasks. Good night, Einstein. You have a good night. I don't even know how many subs that was total. It's like that was like 32 or something. It's a lot of fucking subscriptions. Thank you very much, guys. Seriously. Cheers, everyone. For your resub until Saturday, unless I sneak in a 5-minute stream tomorrow. Unlikely that I'll sneak in a 5-minute stream tomorrow. 32. I was right. Choo-choo indeed, man. Choo-choo indeed. Anyone get the spider? Hype creep is like winning the lottery. I thought I had all of these put away, but I guess not. There's so many chicks in this fucking fort. Come on, dwarves. Go gather those eggs, you silly. You have a soap emote? That's funny. We have a jams emote. I was so happy when I got the spoder. Never have too many chicks. Dude, there's so many chicks in this fort. It's ridiculous. We're going to be eating a lot of chicken. I kind of figured the dwarves would gather the eggs before they were... Before, like, you know, they became a problem, but nope. Nope, indeed. Also, you missed a very tasteless joke that you could have rolled with. Soaps. Because you posted on Discord, hell yeah, biopsy came back clear, and this dude don't have the big C. And what you should have done is then stated something along the lines of having a big D. Because you don't have the big C. Instead, you just have the big D. So you got a nice little compliment. I remember when you got the affiliate, yeah. Yeah, you were excited about that. Got to use those emotes for something. Oh, I see. I've got the wrong squad training still. Seriously, though, you did miss out on a perfectly good, stupid joke opportunity. This is why I'm the funny one and why you're the doctor, though. Next time? Yeah, there you go. Next time you get cleared for cancer, you can make a dick joke. And you don't need to feel like you stole it. You can feel creative and proud of yourself. So I just got this super long email. I just got this super long email from a publisher that I occasionally do stuff with. That was like, hey, play our new game. But in order to play our new game, you have to agree to notify your audience 2 hours in advance, stream for 4 hours on either end, play it for 2 hours in the middle, post on social media, record the VOD, send us a VOD, and post activations everywhere, tweet at this official account, and then they'll retweet you. And I look at that and I'm like, that is literally every single step that I would need to do for a paid deal. So if somebody's paying me to play a game, except they're not paying me. They just want me to do that to get a key for their game. This is what's been happening more and more and more and more and more since the pandemic, is publishers, I guess, just have marketing teams that like are doing literally nothing. So they're like, well, we need these people to do something. So they've been just making streamers' lives extremely complicated and convoluted. Back in the day, they used to just give us the key to the video game and be like, play it maybe. But I guess there's like just so many people now that are just not playing the game that they're not sending out keys anymore. Admittedly, they're offering a bunch of giveaway keys, but it's like, why would I even bother? It's like, yeah, you guys are cool and all, but like, and I if I was interested in the game, I'd be interested in just streaming it, but I don't want to stream any of your games if you're going to make me do that every time. Fuck that shit. Like, just straight up, fuck that. There's no such thing as free time. That's not true. Hanging out with friends is free time. Leisure time is a form of free time. Time is money? Yeah, well, I don't know. It's hard to tell how much my time is worth these days because I give it up so easily. Enjoy the free or ad-free viewing and emotes for the next 3 days, Chilautica. Money is a curse? That is true. That is true. You should just don't use my emotes in Stu's chat. I don't think he likes me very much, Chilautica. I don't think he likes me very much. Like they're assuming your time is free, and that's a lot of work for a key that might be $30 max. It's a $26 game, but they are offering a total of 10 giveaway keys. But it's like, yeah, no. I mean, I don't even log into Twitter most days, let alone like log into Twitter and schedule a tweet about a video game that I'm playing for 2 hours that I'm not interested in. Yeah, screw that. I mean, like, if the problem is, right, is there is a lot of people on Twitch who stream, right? There is a lot of streamers. And there's a lot of streamers who don't make any money doing this, or they make very small amounts of money doing this. So it's really easy to get them to just do work for people. Because they either A, don't realize what their time is worth, or B, don't care. And that's kind of the majority for a lot of people. Like, sometimes I'll take a deal like that if I was planning to play the game anyway. Like, if I'm planning to play a game anyway and they're like, here's a bunch of giveaway keys, tweet about it. I'd be like, okay, if I was planning on playing it anyway. But that's kind of rare for me. And usually the types of games I play, it's like I DM the developer on Reddit. Like, the way I got a key for Rift Wizard was I DM'd the dev on Reddit. Like, I was like, oi, I'd like to play your game. Can you send me a key? So, you know. We'll see when we see Aqua. Thanks for hanging out, as always. It's fun to see the reaction of other streamers. I mean, I don't know. I don't like I said, him and me have had disagreements in the past. I don't know if he'd be too thrilled to see that. So just be wary. Just put it that way. Just be wary. I got nothing against him personally, but interesting place to put that. Oh, it's because there's a kitchen down here. Let's forbid these two workshops, because I kind of don't want them using those ones. It's way too far away. I'd rather they just don't cook meals than use those ones. There we go. All the mandates are done. We're still working on the pipes, trying to get all those things done. Or no, we're actually done with the pipes. We're working on glass blocks, kimberlite. Let's do sand. 98, sure, why not? I meant to hit 90, but that's fine. How much clothing is right there? What the fuck? Like a whole set of clothing. Someone just like ran up to the well and stripped naked. Well then, well done, dwarves. I think I've changed my pathing in such a way that like I'm forcing them into the sun more, which is actually kind of good. So we should keep doing that. Are you saying that they had a bath and then stripped? I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. And Lumpy the Second, I don't know if Lumpy Beef Broth is here, but Lumpy the Second goes into a fey mood. Withdraws from society. Little exclamation pointy child. Don't forget to send you the save tonight. Right, yeah, I gotta do that. Thanks for the reminder. I'll probably still forget. If I don't get it to you by tomorrow, just DM me tomorrow. And then you can start recreating this fortress in Minecraft, which would be neat. Of course, the dwarf claims a craft store shop. And grabs a boulder. I missed what it was. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Animal? Kind of breaking that hype train a minute ago. A pink gem? Which one's that? Rose-cut purple spinels. Last two. And rose gold? Or is that black? That's black bronze. Slightly different color than rose gold. Rose gold is a slightly lighter pink. So we got black bronze. Fancy gems. It's going to be a fancy artifact regardless of what it is. It's going to be a nice one. This is the first artifact of today. Considering we have, what, 10 children in the fort right now. No peasants somehow. Who the heck grew up? Somebody grew up. Actually, it was probably Bastet that grew up. Need to keep an eye on that. What's up, Beermanir? How's things? Hope things is good. You know, I think I might do a bit of a shorter DF stream today and play some Jupiter Hell. What do you guys think? I've been kind of itching to play more Jupiter Hell. So I think we're gonna do maybe another hour of Dwarfs, and then we'll go to Hell for a bit. If that works for you guys. I want to try and do another or two wins before the release, because we're getting like very close to that. Like, it literally comes out a week from today. Good. Bit of a weird day. Hold up. I lost that child. Went for dinner with a friend of yours, and his grand watched a scary movie. A friend of his and his grand, and then watched a scary movie with some friends. What movie did you watch? The most recent scary movie I watched, which I actually enjoyed a lot more than I thought I would, is Cam. Oh, like the movie Scary Movie. Which scary movie? Just the first one? Because I actually know somebody who's in the first and the second one. I wouldn't be able to tell you what he does. I just know that he's in it. Because those movies were filmed here. And when those movies were being filmed, I used to be part of a musical theater group, which my sisters were in, so my mom just put me in it too. And a couple of the kids that were really good in that musical theater group also had agents and did like actual acting. One of them was like the star character in a movie called Sandlot 3. Just kind of a cult classic about baseball. Llama wool cloth, rose gold bars, emerald cut purple spindles, black bronze, marquee cut purple spindles, rose cut purple spindles, mudstone, and of course stray calf bone. That is a lot of miasma. Somebody dropped their lunch on the ground, methinks. Man, there is way too many jobs getting done right now. It's actually ridiculous how many jobs are getting done right now. Is there anything I can cancel? Can cancel Kimberlite blocks. Can cancel green glass blocks for right now. Keep charcoal up. Keep smelting ore up. But do you enjoy it, Beermanir? I wonder how well that movie ages. I remember watching it back when it was new and just kind of being confused as a little kid, but I wonder if I think it's funnier now. I feel like now with a couple beers, that would be a good movie. Had a good laugh. The last one of those movies that I remember seeing was Vampires Sucks. Vampires Suck, I think was the name of it. And it was like a Twilight parody about vampires. I remember not enjoying that movie in the slightest. I wonder what that movie has on Rotten Tomatoes, actually. Kind of curious now. Oh, of course. I mean, it's designed to be predictable. Scary movie. "52% on the tomato meter, and the audience score is 43 on Scary Movie." Man, people don't like that movie. Meanwhile, Vampires... Oh, see, this is why I remember not liking Vampires Suck very much. Has a 4% on the critic reviews and 29% on the audience score. I remember not liking that movie, but I don't remember it being that bad. Lumpy the Second has created Kashesber. Lumpy the Second Kashesber, the Dwarven child, has created Alron Cod, a mudstone toy hammer, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Euthris Verktict. I might actually just let that one be played with. This is a mudstone toy hammer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut purple spindles, and encircled with bands of cow bone, black bronze, and point cut purple spindles. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mudstone and llama wool, and menaces with spikes of purple spindle and rose gold. It's worth a lot of money. 117,600 Zethal. That is a lot of money, actually. Good lord. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised you were able to predict everything. I remember that movie being very predictable. You headed out, Tommy? Thanks for hanging out, if so. 39659980. That's how much. 39,659,980. So we're like almost halfway to a billion. I know somebody who's trying to make a fortress that's worth $1 billion. I want to know what number that flips back to 0. Like, how high does that number need to get before it flips to 0? Or no, that would actually be 100 million, because it's 39,659,980. Yeah, so that's only 39 million. So it needs to get to like 10 times 100 million. So yeah, we got a ways to go. We got a ways to go before we hit $1 billion. My brain inserted another 0 onto the end of that. So quite a bit of fortune. I mean, oh, one of my merchants is stumbling around obliviously. That's okay, though. Unfortunate, but that's okay. I'd rather they stumble around obliviously than go insane. A lot of stuff's getting put away. Frankly, for a fortress that's been around that long, as long as this one, it's not actually that much fortune. I mean, if I was like encrusting everything with gems and precious materials and such, I have a feeling we'd have quite a bit more, but I haven't been doing that, I'll be honest. So it doesn't actually equal that much crazy shit. The Ascent just came out. I might need to try that. That game is a little game that I'm like sort of interested in. It's a little like hack and slashy thing, but might need to try that. It's on Game Pass, so it's not a game that I'd need to pay for because I've already paid for it. So I might need to try that. If anybody's curious, I can link the Steam page. It's a $35 game. watch metalsmithing, read Migration in the Universe. Is that a new one? Who wrote that? Trumpet Dog the Second. I don't remember that one. But then again, there's a lot of books in this fort that I don't remember because there's just so many books in the fort. There's so many books in the fort. Late winter of the year 283. But yeah, no, when I receive the play date, I'm gonna start, I might make a room on Discord if there's other people interested in it. And if there are other people interested in it that are in my Discord, especially if there's other people who have it, I'd kind of like to just start sharing games back and forth. I'm just like way too excited about like that thing developing its own little community because I don't know. I want to know what it's capable of. I want to know what people can come up with because I don't know. I haven't been this excited for like a weird console. I think maybe ever. Like I'm not really much of a console person. Like I don't really play games that are on console kind of ever. So it's like a little weird for me to be super interested in it, but curious. I'd prefer you didn't do that, Chillotica, but here we are. Here we are. Like I said, we had disagreements in the past. Don't really want to elaborate more than that. Hey, Brainsman. What's up? What am I drinking? Coffee. Black. Sorry to be dull, but... Coffee. Black. It's usually coffee black. It's not coffee, it's tea. And if it's tea, it's probably Earl Grey or green. Or herbal tea that I've made from stuff from my garden. Nothing dull about coffee? I mean, when someone asks what you drinking, it's not the most interesting answer. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that there's something wrong with coffee. Coffee's great. Coffee's like the thing that keeps me alive and fuels my soul. How goes Longdeath? Year 283, late winter. Gonna be a little bit of a shorter Longdeath day today because I really want to play some Jupiter Hell. But Longdeath's going well, I'd say. Longdeath is going well. 283, which means the fortress is 270 math 7. 278 years old. Math. It's like, oh god, my brain is not used to the thing. Rum with rum and rum mixed in. That's a very rummy drink. It's gonna make me want to rum away from it. This is where you type an exclamation point, boo. You know? You know? Stone has cooked the masterpiece. Oh, good for you. I nailed it, Freskins. A little bit past 25%, but yeah, we're about a quarter of the way done. Although the thing I keep telling people that nobody seems to believe me on is I could actually accelerate the amount of time we have spent in this fortress by simply playing it a lot more. I've had people compare me to Farlands or Bust, yeah. Although the difference is Farlands or Bust is what, like 40 minutes once a week, whereas this is like 15 hours, 20 hours a week. I said B-O-O. I never said B-O-O-B. You're right, I can't, Pilot. I can tell you what to do, actually. But it's up to you whether or not you listen. I can tell you to keep breathing. You don't have to listen to me, though.
You suck.
No, you. Takes one to know one, Freskins. Takes one to know one. It's you know that feeling when it's like the end of the work week and you're like, I'm only like 70% here and kind of phoning it in. Yeah, that's me today. Hi, how are you? But yeah, no, I've been compared to Farlands or Bust a few times, but by a guy who just walked for a week straight on stream. Oh, and made it to the Farlands. I mean, that's kind of funny. Although I've had people tell me that Farlands or Bust is more of a podcast at this point, because like it's like a 30-minute chat and he usually has guests on. Like it's kind of different than what I do. But I'm actually gonna finish this though. Like I'm trying to finish this before the Steam release comes out. So, I mean, I still estimate it'll probably take like 300 episodes. Yeah, well. Yeah, brains, man. I mean, that's more like the desert bus shit at that point. Spring has arrived. The annual tribute from Basti Jismak has arrived. Stalcon. That sounds like an internet service. So, yeah, no, Farlands or Bust is a bit of a different thing, but... Still impressive, though. I like series that people do that just kind of go on perpetually for a really long time. Like, another thing that I enjoyed watching on and off was that guy who was trying to beat Dark Souls without getting hit. By Dark Souls, I mean Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3 in one sitting without getting hit. And it took him, like, a year to do it. That kind of shit. Like, I find that kind of dedication to games just fascinating. As somebody who kind of does that to a degree. But I don't know. My only real concern with playing this one save so much for so long is that people will get bored and stop watching. But, you know, there's still people here, so... That's my only actual concern. Large green zircon. Yeah, I mean, technically, like, especially when you talk about, like, Farlands or Bust getting beaten at their own game by somebody and who just walked for a week straight on stream, it's certainly possible that someone could probably beat me at this by simply fully automating a fort and just letting it run 24/7. They would beat me. If somebody made, like, a fully automated little underground fort, they could absolutely beat me by doing that. But I don't know. Unless, like, the person's, like, actively sitting there and talking, it kind of loses the point, in my opinion. Because you can very easily make, like, a perfectly automated fort and just let it run. At that point, it would just be a matter of, like, making sure the dwarves keep making babies and trading once a year. But you could do it. You could probably beat me. I know that someone was just like, easy, the way to do a fort for 1,000 years is find vampire, trap vampire in fortress, automate vampire's needs, let vampire exist in fortress. It's like, well, you just need like 4 vampires and that are really mentally stable and just leave them in a fort for 1,000 years locked in a room and you're good. But like I said earlier, I think that kind of goes against the spirit of the whole thing here. Assuming the spirit is to, you know, keep the fort alive for 1,000 years and at the same time stream it and document the whole thing. I'd swear that chicks used to, like, automatically be put into the zone that they're born in, but I guess not. I have way too many chicks, chat. It's like it's fucking Easter up in here. I could put a Wolverine in there with them. That would clean them out real quick. Might also, you know, make some bits and pieces fly everywhere and scar a few people for life, but still equally entertaining, methinks. I feel like a bunch of video games all came out at once. Speaking of video games, did you guys hear about that? So I don't really play games that EA Games puts out. But did you guys hear about what they're doing with Battlefield? And Battlefield Portal? The chickens into the maze? I mean, why? It's not practical. But anyways, have you guys heard about the what they're doing with Battlefield Portal? Where it's just, yo, it's every Battlefield game in one launcher. And you can just mix, like, all of the different eras of weaponry. Because that thing looks kind of neat. Not gonna lie. Kind of neat. Artifacts made from plump helmet people show being made from plump helmet man tissue. Are you, like how are you manufacturing all of these? Like, how are you getting them to do that? Because I know that you were, you talked about, make adventurers, retire them at your fort, wait for a fell mood. Are you, like, how? I think I can count on one hand the number of fell moods I've had in this game. Maybe I'm just too good at it. How the heck do you have so many consistent fell moods? Like, are you just, like, torturing your dwarves? It's like I'm just kind of baffled that you're just like wait for fell mood as if like they happen all the time, but I'm just sitting there like, how the heck do you make the dwarves so upset that they go into a fell mood in the current version? Like, I've been in this fort for like, no, I mean that, or you're like intentionally trying to piss them off, which, like, you know, that's fair. Like that's a play style. I respect it, but like, how are you upsetting them so much? Just how? It's either pretty bad at the game, Freskins, or really good at it. You know what I mean? They can enter moods. You can control their personality at creation. So you say a dwarf. Oh. Oh. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so you're like making easily mentally manipulated adventurers and then just throwing them into the meat grinder. I getcha. Okay, so first off, don't take this personally. You are a horrible goddamn person. Holy shit. But also, that's kind of cool. You are a big meanie. Also, yes, quietly genius. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus, though. You are such a douche. This is like, I'm just going to make easily manipulated people and then torture them to death. Here ain't Gorecrafts. It's science. It is science. It's very good science. Is that actually what you named the fortress? Is Gorecrafts? That's great. That's wonderful. I love it. Keep doing good science, friend. Keep doing good science. Shoutouts to the good science and the good science shenanigans. That's excellent. Although today I learned that plump helmet men have plump helmet men flesh. I still say that my favorite one is the fact that so actually, if you make an artifact out of a vomit person, do the vomit people have flesh, or is the vomit people just vomit? You know what I mean? Like, if you have a vomit person and they get made into an artifact, does the vomit person have vomit bones? Because you mentioned earlier making an artifact out of vomit. And I'm like, really kind of curious. Also, apparently Starbase snuck out. I don't know if anybody cares about that game, but that game looks neat. It looks like a really neat, like, next generation kind of space engineers-y thing. This thing. This is the game that, like, went viral because of GIFs on Twitter of the dude, like, jumping off of a ship, landing on another ship, cutting a hole in the ship, throwing the guy out of the ship, and then jumping into his ship and flying away with it. It does look very neat. It also looks like it's for smarter people than me. Because I'm not a very smart person, so games like this are, like, very much for smart people, and I'm not much of a smart people. But, like, the physics looks kind of crazy, so... Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's why I also commented on the Dwarf torture fort. Are very impressive. Yeah, which is why I say it's for a smart person. And I'm not a smart person. I'll gladly go in there and break stuff, but like I am not smart enough to play games like that. You got a mermaid bone warhammer. That's pretty cool. That's not weird enough. You need like a vomit man chair. Like a chair composed of vomit. That's what you need. I want you to just make like a pile of vomit that people sit on. That's worth money for reasons. I really want that. Or like a vomit table. The mice say that we must continue with the dwarf calculations. What are we calculating with the dwarves? I guess the answer to Dwarf Life North Universe. Well, let's see what our intelligence scholars are pondering. They're pondering equations. The topic being considered is techniques of balancing and completion for solving equations. They're pondering mathematics. Toady 1 would be proud. I love that the king doesn't ponder at a table. Ponders up here in this top corner for some reason, always. Runs up far away from everybody. He's very anxious after pondering equations. Oh no. The king is anxious about pondering equations. He's doing the math about how long we're going to need to be in this fort. The most you got was an ice block warhammer. Did it... I was going to say, did it melt? I had an artifact that was studded with ice once. I can't remember what the artifact was. I just remember I had an artifact that was studded with ice. I'm trying to think of other weird artifacts I've had in the past. Oh, I had a yak hair necklace once. I once had a what do you call it? A giant, I think, bring me a human hair necklace, which is kind of disgusting. Just making sure all these haven't been fucked with. They're not hauling stuff. I guess there's just too many jobs to do, which is still fair. They're still making all that. You know what? Screw the charcoal. Screw that. Let's just finish making those and get everything else put away. Finish up with the sand. So we got all of the wood to haul in and whatnot. Dwarf's got a lot of jobs to do. I've definitely had like lead warhammers and like lead weapons. Lots of lead weapons. I think probably my favorite artifact I ever had was I had a adamantine corkscrew. And it was like millions of value. Like it was such a valuable artifact. It was extremely valuable. And we'll see you later, pilot guy. Thanks for hanging out today, as always. We'll see you Saturday, hopefully. Chat, say bye to pilot guy if you want to be cool. Anyway, it's a large graveyard. I mean, that's going to happen when you have been around as long as this fortress has. That's the graveyard. Anyway. All right, let's just hope that we don't accidentally sell them a pot that has stuff on it. Anyway, also, hello again, Mind. How are you today? And Virtual Spaceman, it's good to see you, by the way. Right, yeah, but anyways, the reason I liked it so much was it was literally like a image. It was an image of my king, and he was holding a sword, and he was raising the sword, and it was like a beautiful image of a lot of things, and it was like related to the dwarf making an artifact, and it was a fucking corkscrew, and it was like made at a weapon shop and everything. Like it could have been so good. Instead, it was a fucking corkscrew, so I built it into a corkscrew trap and left it in my tavern. And then it was like the most valuable artifact in that world, and then every other fort every other artifact that was made in that world for like ever after that had images of the fucking adamantine giant corkscrew. It was kind of funny. Kind of funny. Dwarves are putting everything away. That sounds important. Mind? Today's been pretty good for me. I got pre-order in for a Playdate, which is a bit of a relief because I was worried I would miss the initial shipping window. But I didn't, so I'm happy. So I spent way too much money this morning. Aside from that, just chilling and hanging out. Gotcha. I kind of figured, but I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to ask and then be wrong, you know? But congratulations, preemptively. I mean, nobody wants to be wrong with that sort of stuff. It's like, it's like, that's probably what it is, but like, could also not be. Alto Funk, thanks for the raid. Fucking cheers. You playing more RimWorld today? Hello, Seethier. Miso Soup. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. Playing Dwarfs. It's Longdeath. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. A lot of tasks are getting done in the fort, so we're just kind of waiting for the dwarves to get them done. Silamas, what's up? If you guys don't know, we have a beer emote. So I don't have a whiskey emote, but we have a beer emote. And I'm slowly on a quest to make every word for beer in every language make beer pop up in my chat. Also, the beer emoji makes beers pop up in my chat. The beers emoji also works. HS Cheers, which is a Twitch global emote, also works, as well as a bunch of other streamers' beer emotes. So if I could get a big round of beers for all the raiders, that'd be cool. Cheers, Autofunk. Thanks for the raid once again. Seriously, like, getting rated is like a weird novelty for me. Like, it doesn't happen very often, so thanks. And thanks for the $1, Anonymous. Cheers. But yeah, we got a long way to go. Long way to go before this fort hits 1,000 years. Freskins has had too many beers and can't beer proper. There you go. You got it. Took you a minute, but you got it. Hey, Frog, what's up, man? You know, you happen to like and respect it. What's stopping you from playing it? It is free. 'Tis free, and there's an audience for it. You may be a bit drunk. Drinking whiskey? I was a little bit high when I woke up this morning because I apparently had too much weed last night. So I woke up a little stoned still. I was like, whoa, I'm like, still a little brain fuzzy. Okay. Fine now. Bourbon, good stuff. Not bourbon, but I went whiskey. Or, I like to go whiskey tasting if the opportunity is there. You drank too much bourbon? Drank much bourbon. Gotcha. Nothing like waking up high. It's fine. It's part of life sometimes. I'd rather wake up high than wake up hungover. Cause like that, like a little bit of weed head high just passes, right? But like hungover, you feel like shit the entire day. When you wake up high, you're like, I want cereal. It's like the difference between like headache and like I just want to eat breakfast. Cause that's kind of what it was like. I woke up and I was like, God damn it, I'm starving. So I just like rolled out of bed and just like made myself a bowl of oatmeal, and it was wonderful. But I hope it was a fun stream. So thank you very much to everybody coming over from AltaFunk. If you guys don't know AltaFunk, go give him a follow. I know he was doing some RimWorld and other things, so go check his stuff out. And if you don't know me and you're new to my stream, my name's Blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes. Yeah, that's me. Way too much Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes and other things. So I also ramble about nonsensical garbage a lot and get mad for no reason. It's a good time, I'm told. You had poached eggs and toast? I had a big bowl of oatmeal with a lot of blueberries on it. Because that's like all I eat for breakfast is oatmeal. And I have a lot of blueberries, so. Big bowl of oatmeal with a lot of blueberries. Still somewhat drunk while you're still loopy and you know the hangover is coming? Yeah. I've witnessed you, Squug. How does it feel to be witnessed? Your test came back negative? Well, that's good. That's fucking good, dude. That's really good. Also, I think everybody's suddenly getting the cold that they normally would have gotten in the spring, but because nobody was really going out early in the spring, like everybody's kind of getting like that cold that most people get in like February. You know what I mean? Because people are going out more now, and the colds are just doing what colds do and getting people sick, right? And then people get like mild cold symptoms and they go, oh no, I have COVID, but actually like it's just the fucking annual cold. It's just instead of getting it at the normal time of the year, we're getting it at the not normal time of the year because, you know, not normal time of the year. I make oatmeal almost daily. Frog for hire. Sometimes I will have toast, but I had oatmeal. And then I edited a video. Spent 40 minutes editing a video, and then I started streaming. And here I am. Been streaming ever since. Which means I've technically, I guess, been working for probably close to 7 hours today instead of the 5 hours I've been streaming. Work world. Yep. It's called being a grown-up. Still wouldn't go back to being a kid, though. I know that some people say that they'd like to go back to being a kid, but nah. No, thank you. I'm good as an adult. I want to stay an adult forever. Thanks. Quite frankly, like... being a grown-up and having unlimited freedom is way better than being a not grown-up. Gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. That feeling when you only have 1 hour left in your shift? That's called looking at the clock too much, sir. It's called looking at the clock too much. Have you been enjoying your summer, Squug? I really liked that photo that you posted on Discord randomly when you're just like, I am at the lake for some reason and I don't know why. Those are good days when you're just like, I'm just here now. Freedom. Split shift, so everything's an eternity. What are your hours? I'm always shocked that like split shifts are legal. Because for a while there, I was doing like these weird shifts where I would do 6 hours in the morning and then 6 hours in the evening. With like a 7-hour window in the middle. It was brutal. It sucked. It's like the you're not allowed to drink alcohol ever shift. It's the waste. The waste. I hates it. You work for the first shift Pacific time. You work, then you work at 8 p.m. until midnight? Oh. Ooh. That's brutal. When do you sleep? Like, holy shit. See, I don't have, like, you know what's actually one benefit of having this job? Is I don't really have I have 1 hour left in my shift. I guess I'm just gonna, like, stare at the clock until it ends problem. The problem that I have is, chat is quiet. Do I end now or do I keep streaming and hope more people show up? Like, I kind of, like, can perpetually just extend my work shift. Which I do, actually, kind of more than I should. Is better than being permanently guided and looked upon. I think some people just like being permanently guided and stared at. Subs, we call them. You sleep from 4 a.m. until noon? Damn. You know, fuck that. That's awful. Fuck. That is awful. That is absolutely awful. Masterpiece cow tallow roast. Might actually have to make some more soap soon. What'd you do? You're saying, oh God, I'm very terrified at what you're going to say that you forced your dwarves to go through, but I'm also kind of looking forward to it. So what'd you do, Disco? What nightmare monsters have you created? Hey, Night Witch, what's up? Long time. Unfortunately, nothing. Oh. Wait, what? You're gonna have to share us some pictures of Gorecraft. I kind of want to know what Gorecraft looks like. Still, like, hats off for that name. That is a brilliant name. Oh. Oh. Is your whole fortress on fire now? I mean, it's kind of fitting, frankly. Oh, dear. I mean, you know that they, like, set grass on fire when they walk, right? And they also, like, burn anything that's made of wood just by walking past it. It's a mud pit and a plump helmet farm. You want to know what? Okay, so there was one time I had a volcano fortress, right? It ended pretty dramatically in a little battle between my dwarves and a bunch of undead, but we ended up losing the fight. And so as they pushed our line back and forced their way into the fortress, I drilled through a wall and released the lava flow into the fortress, right? So engulfing the entire fortress in lava. So I did this. There was a bunch of artifacts that I really liked in that fortress. And so I went and I made a new fortress in a different faction, kind of a ways away in the world. And I was like chilling in that fortress, just kind of building stuff. And then I was like, you know what? Why don't we go raid our other fortress and see if I can get some of those artifacts back? So I went and I raided some of those artifacts, and then they came back, and the dwarves immediately spontaneously combusted when they arrived back home because the artifacts that they were retrieving were covered in lava, meaning the artifacts that they were retrieving were on fire. So the last time the game tracked those artifacts, the game registered them as burning. So when they reappeared on my map, the dwarves spontaneously combusted, thus burning the whole map and most of my fortress down because my walls were made of wood, because we were kind of working on the surface on a heavy aquifer, trying to pump through it. Yeah, that went well. It's fun learning things the hard way in Dwarf Ward. Although if your fortress is just a muddy pit in the ground, then honestly, frankly, probably doing all right. What's the best artifact you have in your misery fort of Gorecraft? I feel like everybody's doing sponsored streams for Banners of Ruin right now. Another card game. Calf my team are doing sponsored streams for that thing. Are the vomit leggings? Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm just like imagining the way they crafted that probably is like they would vomit on, like, you know, those paper makers, those two pieces of cloth that get pressed together and hold together to make paper. It's probably like a paper maker, but instead they're just like spreading vomit onto it and then like sealing it and then stitching it together. Yeah, that's distressing. Makes sense why it would get you, though, because that is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Oh, hey, Cooking Simulator VR came out. That's got you grossed out. Why? Is that a challenge or something? Vomit leggings? Leggings made of vomit? Do you have, like, necromancers and zombies in your fort, too, Disco, or is it mostly just living dwarves? Meow. You want food? His Royal Highness, Kitty Cat, is demanding I give him food, so I'm gonna do that. All the dwarves are still getting tasks done. Let's just make sure that, oh, shit. My mayor wants a brass table. Oh, Jesus. And 3 ballista arrows. I think that's everything? Yeah. Brass table and, 3 ballista arrows. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? I'm going to feed this cat that I'm temporarily taking care of. I will be back in a minute. With a cat cam as well. An anonymous gifter. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Here, have a cat cam. I'm gonna quickly get myself some food. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Anonymous for being awesome? Cheers. Back in a minute. Ooh, new computer, Ponce? I remember you talking about that. I return. I also have acquired foodstuffs. Kitty is cleaning his paws in the corner. Old man satisfied. Streamer has food. Everything is peachy, methinks. But big thank you to Anonymous for chucking out 5 subs. Bunch of people who really deserve those got those, so cheers to whoever you are. Where did you buy it from? I can't remember any of the details about it. I just remember that you have one. The heck is Glitch Cat? I know that, like, Cool Cat is an emote, but I've never seen this Glitch Cat emote before. Wild Peak, what's up? It's good to see you. What is the orange cloud? You mean this cloud? Because this is miasma. Orange cloud. Was $900 off. Oh, geez. Okay. I mean, that's a bit of a discount. Was part of the online conference, was it? I've never seen it before. Literally, I've never seen it. Granted, I think there's like it's like the glitchy what face is the only one I ever actually see, so I just kind of don't really see any of those ever. We're into late spring, summer soon. No, not that one. That one. The Kawat guys. But the Dell was too good to pass up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't, it's been a while since I've upgraded a computer. I'll put it that way. It was near a fine seat. This pleases you, does it now? We'll get your squad training. That'll please you even more. Assuming, like, you know, there isn't just, like, miasma everywhere. Well, on the bright side, we're about to be done with the meals, so hopefully stockpiles will go away sooner. Dell's too cheap to get them tested. No. Pre-built computers are banned in California. Hobo posted the link about that in Discord the other day. See if I can find it. It's literally like pre-built computers are now banned in a whole bunch of states. Like, it's literally that simple. Let me just go find it. Yeah, TLDR, you can no longer buy pre-built high-end PCs in California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, or Vermont because of high power usage, which is silly. It's like, hey, let's ban gamers. Also, keep on mining crypto. Yeah, it's this. High-end PC gaming rigs are banned. Although I don't know if a pre-built Dell would count as a high-end PC gaming rig. So, I guess it depends on what it has in it. Oh, hey, I've been welcomed to my chat room. How cool. Thanks, Twitch. Here's the link if anybody wants to read the article. They banned cement in Sweden? Explain? Like, I'm just really curious to know the details of, like, what do you mean by they ban? Like, I don't really hear Swedish news here ever, so it's like I'm really curious to know what you're talking about exactly. What do you mean they banned cement? I mean... Huh. I really want to, like, Google this now. Like, what do you mean? Although on the topic of pointless upgrades that streamers didn't need, I actually bought a pointless upgrade that I didn't need. I vanity bought myself a nicer mic stand. It was just kind of a spur of the moment purchase, and I'd been using this awful $20 mic stand that I've had for like literally a decade almost now. So I have this now, which is significantly nicer and holds the mic up. Look at this. It's stable. Instead of my other one, which just falls over if you bump it. If you breathed on the other one, the microphone would fall over. And if I, like, touched my desk, it would make noise. This one, I'm, like, smacking my desk right now, and you can't really hear it. It's too expensive. Like, fucking $140 for a mic stand is ridiculous, but... I'm not regretting it, I'll put it that way. It's nice having a mic stand that can actually support my microphone. I'm officially, like, I guess, a Rode-branded fanboy now. Previously, I had a newer mic stand of the Rode mic. So, well, I mean, I know it's highly polluting. Like, I get that part, but, like... It's more of a question. That's like saying we banned all gas-powered vehicles in a country. It's like, okay, how? Oh, sure, like, but how? Like, how do you do that? Like, there's more to it than just like, oh, we banned cement. It's like, okay, how did you ban cement? What are you using instead of cement? You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of curious as to like all that stuff. But they didn't renew the environmental permit for making chalk in Gotland, meaning that you can't make cement or steel anymore. Time to steal a new permit. I mean, I see that as a good thing, kind of. Big wood lobby. That's what they call the adult film industry over here. Wild Peak. Welcome to the big wood lobby. I mean, we probably should, to be totally honest. Wave depletion. There's a lot of things we should ban. There's also a lot of things that we shouldn't ban. I mean... That's what she said? You're just like, I walked straight into that one. I'm sorry, I'm 12. I have to make the joke. It's right there. It's too tempting to not. I mean, like, if you want to look into other places being dirtier, go do some research on the world's, like, electronics dump zones in Africa. Like, where all of the electronics from the world just get dumped when they don't get recycled properly. It's like whole cities that are just, like, trash fields. It's horrifying. It's absolutely fucking horrifying. And all the people that just, like, mine gold out of them by just, like, breaking these old computer chips. All right, did we make that brass table? Yes, we did. Where is the mayor's bedroom? I need to find Clay's bedroom. I do not know where Clay's bedroom is. Sirelac, Animal, Aquafunkalistic Buoywap, nobody. Ploveneer, Fire Stupid, Bastet, Voidlock, Blue Water and Tiny Goliath, Alien Slayer, Ghost, Vim, Jack, Corvius Suede, Doscoid, Trees, Whitcode, Nobody, Spitalier, Knowles, Abe, Jess, Patchwork, Unib, and Nosferatu. Rest in peace, Nosferatu. Pilot, Fonda, Peter. Of course, it's going to be the last bedroom I check, right? Nope. All right, well, let's just find one of those uninhabited bedrooms and just assign it to him. Because I don't know where your fucking bedroom is, dude. Brass table and bedroom. Oh, actually. Is it here? Ah, I found it. I don't know how the heck you managed to get that bedroom, but that's a good bedroom. This was originally the captain of the guard's bedroom. Follow the dwarf until he sleeps? Nah, I don't really have that much time, and I don't want him to put anybody in prison. You seem to do that a lot, Bastet. You seem to do that a lot. All right. Is anybody... You are in which squad? Bear Fader's 1. Oh, wait, no, I turned the wrong one off. That one. Yes, but hurting after meals is generally not worth it. Like, your body tells you to stop eating for a reason. Eat smaller portions and slower. It's very CO2 centric, so they ignored a feminist waste disposal company called Think Pink. We're at the edge of an environmental disaster that could kill our life in the ocean next to us. Yep, this is true. They basically torch the waste and runoff leach around it in rivers. So what you're saying is it's a good thing they banned the concrete and cement? Because that's how I'm reading this. I'm not entirely certain I'm reading this the way you want me to, but that's how I'm reading it. Like, I don't see any problem here. This seems like a good thing. I might be misreading your intentions, but... Oh, see here, I thought you were talking about, like, I thought these were the people that were involved with, you know, cement, but... I mean, the entire world is on the bridge of multiple, multiple times 5 environmental disasters that everybody is just ignoring, so... What's a little bit of waste chucked into the ocean, am I right? Also what Frog for Hire said. There's logic in money, and that is the person who has the most of it gets what they want. That's it. There is no logic in law. Just logic in money. The tyranny of very large numbers applies. This too. This too. I need to sneeze. Twice, apparently. I don't know. I mean... I have a question. Have you seen the documentary Seaspiracy? Mind? It's on Netflix. I feel like that documentary should just be mandatory viewing for everybody on Earth. Like, everybody in the world should probably see that documentary. Not many people will, outside of Netflix anyway, but everybody should see that documentary. Even good stuff like Salmon Farm. Dude, speaking of that, God, Seaspiracy is like nightmare inducing though. Yep, this is why I pay so much money for the fish that I buy. It's like, I don't know. To me, I think that there's so much going on in the world that we have absolutely no power to fix because it's not up to us. And like somebody pointed out the other day, you know, I'm not exactly helping much. What am I doing? I'm just sitting here and streaming, and that's about it. Just sitting here streaming. Using up internet and a lot of electricity. The very least, the electricity that I'm using up is coming from hydroelectric, so that's cool, I guess. Animal feed laws don't apply to fish feeds. It's actually kind of incredible how much humanity and our species respects fish and at the same time doesn't give a shit. It's like we try to claim that we like and care about animals, yet at the same time we're totally okay with just like completely fucking with fish. I find that kind of weird to a degree. It's like, well, you know, there's lots of strides being made to like for animal quality of life for like all of our land livestock, but then fish, it's just like, yeah, fuck them. It's like, don't care. The royal treasurer meets with the mayor and says, greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? 1,000 times the current one, easily with every person having a normal-sized house, but due to corruption, waste, etc., we can't practically do that. I mean, we don't need a population 10 of 1,000 times what we have. We really don't. That's the thing. Like, I would argue that we shouldn't let our population go in significantly higher. There's degrees of truth to it, Frog for Hire. But unfortunately, we're not going to, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? We are not going to ever run our planet like a Factorio world. We're only ever going to run our planet like about to collapse at the scene of its pants farce setup that is not very effective because we are humans that are greedy. There's the lava. It's full. It's like if everything was perfectly optimized, then for sure, but that's never going to happen. It's literally never going to happen because humans are greedy, imperfect fools. And that's why we're going to die out in the next 25 years. But yeah, this is the lava. This is the lava. It's almost full. This spot's not quite full. But everything else is sealed off. Like, David Attenborough put out a documentary pretty recently with his production company, which is up on Netflix called A Life on Earth. And it's like his autobiography where he talks about his witnessing of the destruction of, like, Earth's forests. It's like we went from, like, 70% of the world being covered by forest to, like, 46 in his lifetime. And then at the end of the movie, he pitches some ways about how we could fix all of these problems, but then also explains why we never will. It is a kind of fascinating little peek into our own stupidity. I highly recommend it if you like listening to David Attenborough. have to optimize humanity first. That's never going to work because people have ambitions. In order for that to work, everybody would need to be assigned a job at birth and do that job their entire life. But because we have ambitions and people want to make themselves into a better thing, not just what they are right now, which is in our nature, right? We want to be in charge of something. We want to build something. We want to feel like we created something. We want to fulfill ourselves. Because of that nature, we are incapable of sustainably growing. Because in order to... No, I definitely didn't get assigned streamer at birth. Jesus. No, it's like... in order for that to work, I would need to go work in some food production. I would need to stop what I'm doing, and I would need to go do that. But I'm not going to do that. Got your dudes geared up with adamantine gauntlets. Unfortunately, your dwarves keep melting. And the workshops keep blowing up. That sounds excellent, Disco Waffles. It sounds excellent. Seems like this fortress is running smoothly. I don't see what could possibly go wrong. Please take some screenshots and post it on the Discord. Please. Please. I really want to see what this fort looks like. They will murder the guys to start the construction of the artifact, but they do not survive because because it explodes first. That is wonderful. Well, I mean, we are apex predators. We have no threats, and the only thing that can police the growth of our own population is ourselves. Fortunately, people like to stop having kids when there's too many people around after a while, but it's just not the way it ends up working out usually. Definitely aliens. Yes. I mean, to be fair, we're gonna. What was it? The species rating or whatever it was. That thing that says like what tier a species is on a galactic scale. I can't remember what the name of that scale was. But anyway, it's that the galactic scale thing. That rates a species based on how advanced they are. We're never even going to make it to tier 1 because we're going to kill ourselves first. Tier 1 is when like you're interplanetary, I think. So we're currently, I think, tier 0 because we're not interplanetary. But if we could get people on Mars, maybe we'll make it to interplanetary. I was actually reading an article. I can't remember where. I found it through Reddit, but I was reading an article about how, as a species, our brains have ceased needing to evolve because instead of solving problems individually, as individuals, now we solve problems almost as a hive mind through the internet. It's like our brains no longer need to evolve because we have the internet, which has become its like own human hive mind almost. So instead of solving problems individually as people, tier 3. I thought that there was one in between what you listed as 1 and 2. I thought tier 0 was use the entire Earth. Tier 1 was the solar system. But you're probably right. I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of it's an interesting little thought experiment about how potentially our brains are going to stop evolving because we don't need to solve problems anymore because we just solve it as a crew. Well, we are not the Borg yet, but we have made a Borg, which is the internet. Because, like, not everybody needs to know everything anymore, right? Like, you don't need to know everything to survive anymore. You just need to know enough to do your job, and the species will solve the rest of the problems for you, which is really kind of a weird concept to think about, but makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Well, we're current. I think like currently on that scale we're a 0 mind, or like maybe 0.5. we're like half a functioning civilization, you know, just half of one. We don't even get, like, the luxury of being considered a full civilization. We're just half of a civilization. We're like civilization before the expansion packs. I'm a little worried about some of these dwarves. This guy's all... Ooh. Ooh. I'll let you train a little longer. See if that helps. Miasma wasn't helpful. We're a -1. We're a -1 for effort. You turned off temperature just to see what would happen, and it's interesting. You remind me of the person who was making all of the liquids in DF drinkable. Just curious to see what would happen when dwarves drank lava. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know. I mean, we're pretty close to being interplanetary, mind, but I don't have enough faith. Although if I refer to somebody incorrectly, it's because all of your guys' names are the same shade of green, and there's 3 of you talking. So if I refer to somebody as the wrong person, I apologize in advance. Like, humanity is still an alpha. I mean, maybe we're living in a simulation, and you're not wrong. We haven't been fully bug fixed yet. That's why we still get COVID. Investments are open, though. I don't know. 2020 has given me so little faith in humanity's ability to complete anything because, like, as other people have pointed out, like, we are extremely lucky. Yeah, that what's the miasma? Somebody dropped their lunch. As somebody else pointed out, we are extremely lucky that COVID-19 was a fucking pansy virus. Like, it could have been something so much worse. Like, there are significantly worse. That doesn't work. It'll count that as a 0. Sucks, unfortunately. My bot doesn't understand 0.01 ticket. 1 is the lowest number it understands. But it's like, we have spent so much time, like... just as a species, like, preparing for shit, and yet at the same time we managed to remove all of the stop gaps for things like a pandemic right before it actually happens. Bands of Angel of Kudust. It's just listed as Bands of Angel Kudust. No, absolutely it does. It does, but in comparison to something like Ebola, it is such a minor virus. You know? Like, yes, it could mutate and just, like, murder half of our population. But it hasn't, and it is mutating into things that are less dangerous. It weighs less than 1? Really? So it's like a racing bicycle. It's a chain. Huh. Well, I think I figured out what you're going to use for your new dungeons, Disco. Although at this rate, Gold Poke, it probably will mutate. At this rate, it probably will mutate. I didn't mean to make a rhyme out of that. I'm sorry. Also, sorry about the kind of politics-heavy chats, but I just go with the flow. Wherever chat room goes, that's where I go. Well, good thing my Logitech hasn't gotten sick then. I wouldn't want to lose another mouse. I've been quite fond of this one for a while now, actually, and if I were to lose this one, I'd be very sad. Eh. How else would I play Dwarf Fortress if I didn't have a mouse? I am very funny, I know, right? This dude's so funny. This is why this streamer gets paid the big bucks. Yeah, there'd be nobody left. Like that's kind of what I mean. Socks. It's like, imagine if Ebola had spread like COVID did. Like, we'd all be dead. They're literally like the initial fears of COVID would have happened, and we would have just straight up had bodies in the streets. Oops, I moved you into the wrong squad. There you go. Spread more. Yeah, no, like they tend to push themselves out of circulation quicker because they just kill their hosts, right? It's the more minor ones that don't kill you immediately that are even scarier because they spread faster. And that's why viruses like Ebola don't spread super quickly, because the symptoms show up really fast and it kills you really quickly. So fortunately, because of that, people get, when it breaks out, people get spotted faster and deal with it quicker. Are you improving at all? Yes. We just need to keep you out of that goddamn miasma. You know, because like viruses don't want to kill their hosts, ideally. Viruses just want to infect their host, get the host sick, and spread to more, right? It's like lighting a match versus lighting a candle. The match goes out pretty quick, the candle sticks around for a bit. God, I'm getting so much random shit. Cool. Mayor's happy. Need 2 more ballista arrows. Let's let the trader out of here and let you go do trading things. Positional notation. Anybody know what positional notation is? Because I certainly don't. The topic being considered is positional notation. I don't know what that means. The fuck does that mean? I doubt it. It's, as someone who knows quite a bit about music, it doesn't sound like music. I mean, maybe it is. Roman numbers versus decimal numbers. Oh. Huh. All right, then. Let's try and get rid of the last of this stuff, because I'm getting rid of a lot of stuff. I'm learning things. Thank you, Frog. Extreme virulence and how quickly something kills you. But I don't remember. I can't remember any of that stuff anymore. It's been too many years. Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, I don't know. Most of the knowledge I have about this stuff is like just from articles about it, right? From people who are significantly more well-researched and intelligent on the topic. I'm just rambling about it, hoping chat knows what I'm talking about and can decipher it. Like, I guess I need to remind everybody that I ain't an expert when it comes to any of this shit. I have takes and opinions, but I have takes and opinions from the point of view of somebody who's uneducated, who never finished high school technically, and like probably isn't really, you know, isn't really equipped to be properly talking about this stuff. What was your first clue? Disco. What in the world was your first clue that you might be a monster? You literally have a fortress called Gorecrafts, and you are intentionally trying to cause fell moods. What was your first hint that you were a monster? You made leggings out of a vomit person, and thus you have vomit leggings. At what point did you realize that, oh no, I might be a monster? It's like mathematically impossible for a hyper-deadly virus to become a pandemic. Is that what you're talking about, Mind? Unlikely? Is that a better wording? If not impossible, then just unlikely. Because the thing is, the more deadly the virus, the faster we notice, the quicker we can lock the area down, and the less likely it is to spread because it kills the person faster. Because of the shorter contagion time. Not even unlikely. It's just, oh, fair enough. The chain is 8,333 degrees Celsius. Okay, I need you to convict a dwarf of a crime and chain them to that chain. Oh, okay, you poured a water. What happened to the water buffalo? Did it just turn to fucking dust? That's, huh. The more deadly the virus, the stupider the human is. I mean, depends on whether or not it's a brain-rotting virus or not, you know? I mean, the reason COVID-19 spread so quickly in Italy was because they kept turning that one guy away at hospitals, and he went from hospital to hospital to hospital until they finally admitted him. And by the time they admitted him, he'd been to like a dozen hospitals. I don't actually know if that number's true, but he'd been to a lot of hospitals by the time they let him into one, and he'd like gotten everybody sick in every single major hospital. So it's like, great, excellent, swell, awesome. Just what we need. Especially if it's not, well, if it's a zombie virus, then we're all fucked. But on the bright side, as far as zombie viruses goes, is if it is a zombie virus, everybody is very well trained and knows what to do, right, chat? Go for the head, hit him in the knees, grab 3 friends and scream pills here, right? Honestly, I have a weird feeling if there was a zombie outbreak, I have a weird feeling it would get shut down really fast. Especially if it was in, like, the States. Like, if there was a zombie outbreak in, like, somewhere in the US, it would probably be shut down pretty quickly. Everybody would just grab daddy's shotgun and just go kill some zombies. And use the weak to get away. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you can't get away, just, like, stab the guy in the foot and run. A Left 4 Dead reference. I understood that reference. Yes, that was a Left 4 Dead reference. But yeah, no, I mean, if there was a zombie outbreak in Texas, Texas would win. Like, frankly, like, if there was a zombie outbreak in, like, parts of Canada, Canada would win. Like, if there was a zombie outbreak in, like, Saskatchewan or Alberta, like, Canada would win. Like, if there was a zombie outbreak in, like, any country with a lot of firearms or popular hunting, that country would win. You'll just get high and blow your brains out. I mean, I would hide inside and hope the power didn't go out. That's what I would do. Lock the doors, lock the windows. Get up onto a higher floor, probably. It lasts just long enough for you to build it and chain something up, and then the area heats up enough and everything around it catches fire. So you have a permanent fireplace room. Doesn't seem like a particularly optimal room to have. Gonna be honest. Kinda doesn't. So Clay is my manager. What are you doing, Clay?
Already?
Already to what? Already you're 15 months in, or already it's time to resub? What do you mean by already? Regardless, though, thank you very much. Seriously, for the 15 months. You know, we're going to make massive my manager. Massive, you can be my manager. Seriously, Cyrolac, thank you very much for the 15 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Cyrolac keeping that subscription alive for a 15th month? Welcome back for a 15th month. Your Dwarf is kind of depressed right now. I wish they'd stop. You need an expendable... You need, someone that you can run faster than. But that's what you mean. How do you feel about wearing a red t-shirt? But seriously, thank you so much for keeping that sub alive, Cyrolac. Thanks for sticking around and helping keep the streams funded. Thank you, everybody, for all the support today. Today's been very nice. Animal, Dr. Soaps, Anonymous, everybody else. Just thank you. And thanks for lurks, Henwad. Cheers. You want these friends to work at Target? Yeah, sure. You know, it never dawned on me that everybody at Target wears red shirts. How does anybody ever come back from Target alive? I mean, like, seriously, how the heck does anyone come home from Target alive? Everyone who comes home from Target should just instantly be dead. And, like, that's not an exaggeration. Like, no one should ever come back. You worked there for 89 days? That's oddly specific. What happened on the 89th day? It sounds like a 90-day probation that you didn't pass. We had Target in Canada for, like, 2 years, and then they disappeared because they weren't making any money. You got sick? What, and they fucking fired you? That doesn't seem okay. Or, wow. Well then. That fucking sucks, dude. USA, USA, USA. Yeah, I mean, I was always terrified of getting sick when I worked at McDonald's for the same reason. Cross that off on your bingo cards, kids. It's some hilarious phone prank the other day where they called to a gun store and played clips from a video game where he raveled up and needed some twin fusion chambers. So twin fusion plasma chambers is a 14-foot long brass tube and like a couple nails and, you know, some gunpowder. Sorry, what? That's kind of great. Picking up the chain as an adventurer causes you to start melting. You are being incinerated. Clearly you've never jumped into a volcano then, Disco. Clearly you've never done, "This is Sparta," and thrown yourself into a volcano before. You should try it sometime. It's warm down there. Sometimes you live to tell about it for a couple minutes. Cyrolac, the elite wrestler, has slipped into a depression. I'm so sorry. Now, here's the real question. What would some of those artifacts that you're making look like if you made them in the Steam version? Like, do you think that the vomit leggings would actually look like vomit? Or do you think they would just look like normal leggings? Like, do you think they accounted for making leggings out of vomit in the sprites? Because hearing Meph talk about how many different materials he needed to draw sprites for, now I'm suddenly wondering, like, have they accounted for, like, skin, shirts, and, like, blood creature hats? I really hope they will be Cluties. It's some kind of green colored, like... I mean, that's fitting, yeah. Is an angry, angry red. Same angry, angry red that lava is, I would assume. I like that you described the red as angry. I'm just imagining, like, the really mad face emoji that's like a small red that's going... Except, like, it made into a chain. All I want to see from the Steam version is I just want to see someone's head sail off in an arc. If I can see a head sail off on an arc and there's no head on that body, money well spent. Frankly, like, money well spent. If we come out the other end with a head sailing off and it's all good. Training for the casino called you the next day and they said start tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that is fair. So you got fired from Target and then the next day got hired to work at a casino? Yep, sounds like America. I got fired from a Target, then they hired me to work at the casino. I mean, hell, it worked out for you. You got a pretty cool job these days. Fucking 50 months!
W-O-O-P, money well spent, crypt.
Like, do you even watch what I do anymore? Thank you very much for the 50 months, Carlo. Jesus, man. You're the second person to re-up for 50 months, by the way. There's 3 people that I know of. One of them hasn't tuned in yet. 4 people that I know of. One of them hasn't tuned in yet. One of them doesn't usually trigger his notifications. And then, like, one of them already popped it. Fucking 50 months. Jesus, man. Well, I mean, like, Hobo has it, and he already did his. Audio had it, and he popped his. Hoogaroo, I think, is still subscribed to me, but he doesn't tune in very much. Your computer almost works again? I mean, you said hello, like, an hour ago, so it's taken a while, but seems to be. Nightwitch. There's, my longest running subscriber who's still subscribed to me. Eggman's is in a few days. That's fucking 50. Oh boy. Well, hello, Nightwitch from the phone. Computer's not working is unfortunate. That's the worst. That's actually my biggest nightmare is that my computer just falls over. You're here to support the dream. Well, technically the dreams come true, I would say. But yeah, the dream doesn't stop when it comes true. It has to continue being funded. That's the problem. There was so many people when I got partnered that were just like, congratulations on achieving your goal. Goodbye. Fades off into sunset. Continuing the dream. You know, Twitch just added support for 120-month subscribers. 120 months. 120 months. So you can have like 120 months resub badges. That's the last of my coffee on the day. It's like a quarter of a cup. It's absolutely fucking bonkers. I mean, the longest person that I know is Man vs. Game. And I want to say he's at like 110. I think. No, Twitch hasn't existed for that long. Man vs. Game has had a sub button for 119 months. So, you know. I wonder how long Lyric has. Lyric hasn't been that long. They probably made the badge just for man. Yeah, Lyric's 107 months. Yeah, Lyric is 107 months. Actually, I wonder how long Tom has had his Unsanity Live, because Tom was in the first 50 Twitch partners. He was like Twitch partner number like 38 or something. What's he at? Oh, he's not lurking in his channel, so I can't check. God damn it! Let's see if I can sneak this. Uh, 94 on Unsanity Live. Oh, I'm literally going to their channel and typing in /user and then username, and it pops it up at the top. You can just do that in any channel. Just go to their channel and type in user, and it'll say how long they've been subbed to that channel. So if you go to, say, man versus game and type in / like here's an example, because he's lurking. Ponce. How long has Ponce had a sub button? /user Ponce. Ponce has had a sub button for 84 months, according to this. Also, I made my Twitch account 2 months before Ponce did. Meow. What's up? You want food again? The God King of my apartment has informed me that it is time for him to have his nom noms again. So I am going to feed this cat back. Why does this screen not work? What did I do to it? Hold up. I'll have to figure that out in a sec. Hold on. Oh, it do work. It's just dark. All right. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna give this cat some food. Oh, I was seeing how long people have had sub buttons for. To prove to people that there are people that have over 100-month-long resubs, like man versus game. Kitty, he's getting food. Look at him. That's all I was checking, so. That's a problem. A cat cam, you're in? Today is the last day. I'm taking care of him until Friday. It's my parents' cat. He's 21 years old. So I'm taking care of him until then. You didn't. That blows my mind. Fonz. Twitch was very fucked up back then, and it's still fucked up now, just in completely different ways. You thought it was a separate thing you had to earn? Man, I think that you've had a, you have this problem, Ponce, where you just assume that things didn't get fucked up and that they're working as intended. Like, I know you, so I won't say that it's like blissful ignorance or anything. It's more just like you make the assumption that people know what they're doing regardless of whether or not it's true. I always assume people have absolutely no fucking clue what they're doing. What happens to the water in the pond? Does it evaporate, Disco, or does it, like, just stay there? Let's see if Kitty's still eating or if he's ignoring his food. He's ignoring his food. What a guy. You want more cat litter? Is that what you want? I give this man more cat litter. He's meowing at me about something. I don't know what he wants. Although my mom didn't give me the cat litter scoop, so I can't actually scoop him. So. All right, cat litter's been topped off. You're betting that if you get it into the pond, the water will explode into steam. That's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know if, like, if you throw it separately into the pond, if the water will just, like, evaporate instantly. Which is kind of what I want to see happen, but, you know. You certainly learned with Twitch in any case? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is getting kind of old. That's the reality of it. Twitch is getting kind of old. At least in internet terms, Twitch is getting kind of old. Shen, the merchant, is throwing a temper tantrum. Where did you go? Ooh, that's spooky. Copper statue is toppled by merchant. Did anybody see it, though? If I expel you, you take free with you. We can't have that. We cannot have that. Ten Fisher berries. And they've also brought us a peacock. We love when clients remove the menu from the page, but try to remove the menu from a page, but remove all of the pages on a site. Did you read the instructions on the page? And they're like, what instructions? What instructions? Silly, I deleted those. That's always the actual response is, what instructions? We deleted those. I mean, it's just like when people try to install Dwarf Fortress and don't read the README. Dwarf Fortress comes with a README that literally explains exactly what you need to do to set it up correctly, but no one ever reads it. It's called README for a reason, not ignore me. How you doing, caveman? Yeah, luckily it's a 15-minute fix, but it's always a bill 2 hours for it. It's your dummy tax. I mean, touche. Can't really blame you for charging people an idiot tax. Imagine how much wealthier governments would be if they could charge an idiot tax. Although, maybe they kind of do. But we're in the early autumn of 184, and it's 3:30 chat. PM my time. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I think we're gonna call that it for Longdeath. A little bit of a shorter Longdeath day today, but idiot tax, you mean the lottery. But I really would like to play some Jupiter Hell. So we're gonna I think call it here, and go play a run or two of Jupiter Hell if that works for everybody. So if you're here specifically for Dwarfs, I don't know if there's anybody else playing Dwarfs today. Let's take a peek. Nah, it's just the Dwarfs Life Seed account up and running. But if you're here specifically for Dwarves, there's more Dwarves on my YouTube channel than you can reasonably watch in a lifetime. We're going to keep streaming, though. We're just going to be playing a different game. We're going to go play Jupiter Hell. Idiot tax, you mean the lottery. But here's the thing, right? Lottery doesn't actually, like, pay stuff taxes pay. Lotteries are also taxed. I'd say lottery is less of an idiot